dying? What about the children crying?
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
Inherited from our harshest past. embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face. Like, life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. While we fight over problems we can fix, industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, they don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation, cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt, cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. To the human bliss.
Everybody here, yeah.
They don't know, kid. They don't know, they don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, they don't lie, that I'm gonna free your mind tonight. They don't know, they don't know, that I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know,
damn.
They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit.
They don't lie, they don't lie.
That I'm gonna free your mind tonight.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God, I get shivers when I hear that song, you know. Just such a clear message. Every word in the song, not one word went to waste. You know, the hook is called They Don't Know, the chorus, and you know, it's featuring Tamu Bascott, background vocals, doing chorus and harmonies and whatnot, and of course myself, Empirical, aka V Media, aka V Bennett, Vic Bennett, out here doing it, you know what I'm saying? And yes, aka DJ Rec, you know what I'm saying? Straight out of Washington DC, you know what I'm saying? What's up? What's up? Oh my goodness. Come on. Come on. I can't wait till I'm on tour later on this this fall, yo. This spring is coming. The end of the summer, fall is coming. Big up to Niels on this hook right here. Yeah.
You my TRL, I'm looking at you. The look in my eye,
You can tell that I wanna know ya. Better yet, show ya
that I
treat you right. This I owe ya. All right, let's get to business. It's 0924. I'm a little late today. Wednesday, the 1st of July. Happy July, everybody. That makes it 0324 Eastern Standard Time, America. Big up to America, North and South. Greenland also, what's up? And its islands, the Caribbean islands, Central America, all of it. I love the entire place because that's the side of the world I'm from. And it's a very particular place, land, nations built by the, colonizers, descendants of colonizers, essentially, and with others, brought there from Africa in chains. Others, some explorers also from Africa, you could say, at different times. Also, what else? Vikings were there in North America in the northern parts. You know what I'm saying? Also, Native Americans, a very interesting mix of cultures of people. You know what I mean? Which we call home today. I still call America my home. That's where my bloodline essentially is. That's where my forefathers have been for hundreds of years. You know what I mean? And but as a grown ass man, I'm lucky enough to live in the great country they call Denmark. And big up to Denmark, everybody in Denmark too, everybody in the EU. You know what I'm saying? Because Americans are learning a lot from this brother right here living in the EU. I'm telling you, I'm not wasting my life or my energy. My life has purpose. For everybody in the EU, what you have here is a brother from the US been living here in the EU for 20 years now. And I'm teaching Americans the truth so that legacy media and the politicians can't lie about you. So whether you want to back me up or not on that, that's your business. But most Europeans and most Danes, understand exactly what the purpose here is. And it's not just on YouTube. It's out in the streets for real. Like, we've had demonstrations, not just myself, but other Americans have organized demonstrations here right out in front of the U.S. Embassy. And, it is what it is. We have to speak up for the country we live in because we do love Denmark. Denmark's a great country. Denmark is a hell of a fucking lot better than the United States of America. Let's just put it out there. And it's a hell of a lot better. You got some nerve talking down to Danes, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and you got some nerve going to Greenland thinking you can just buy them. Motherfucker, they have a better life than you. What the fuck? You don't even treat your own natives well, and you don't treat your own people. Greenlanders have a better life, get treated better by their own government than the fucking United States Americans get treated by their government. Okay, Greenlanders have more parliamentary representation than the average fucking American has in their own country. Okay, more of the taxes that Greenlanders pay go to things they can see directly in their life than fucking Americans have. Okay, it's the Americans that need to be freed by Greenland. You know what I'm saying? It's the Americans that need to be freed by Greenland. But if some of these people just ain't fucking smart enough to know it, okay? Some of them just aren't smart enough to know it. And we know who they are. These goddamn maggot buffoons, okay? The same dumbasses that supported Trump all the way. And let me tell you, if they on TV talking about how great Trump is, it's only because they have their hand out getting paid some cash. They don't mean it. So if you're broke and you're listening to them, you are the dumbest person on earth right now. You are the dumb one. And people are laughing at you. Ha ha ha, including me. Every day I get up here to laugh at you. Especially you maggots. Okay, specifically. It is my duty to laugh at you, okay? Until you fix some shit in my home country, okay? In my country, in the country that I'm a citizen of, okay? Until you fix some shit and get shit right, at least a little bit. Not even a little bit closer. Look, fuck that. You better learn from Europe, United States of America. You better learn. Stop fooling your people. Forget whatever word you call it. They're trying to fool you right now. They are scared of the social democrats. They're scared of the democratic socialists. They want to call it socialism. They're only fooling you dumbass Americans that only watch Fox TV and CNN and MSM. Sorry, you need to really figure out what's going on. The only thing the democratic socialists are asking for is the same shit every other Western nation already fucking has. Every other capitalistic Western nation already has. That's all they're asking for. So don't let the media fool you in your conversation. Don't let them control your narrative. Okay? Because that would just make you a pawn. That would make you a slave, basically. Now, 2 seconds. Hold on. And a lot of you are cool with being pawns, by the way. Now, you know what I'm saying? And let me drop the link. Let me drop the link here for anybody that wants to hop up and dialogue with me directly, because I like to ask questions myself. Boom. There you go. Any questions for me? Hop up and ask them personally. Let me hear your voice. Okay. Yeah, but in any case, life is good here in Denmark. I have my 5 weeks vacation. I'm about to take another one pretty soon, you know, with the kids. I don't know where I'm going to go next. Maybe I go to Portugal this time. I was down in Spain a couple months back in March. Beautiful. Woo! Beautiful. Beautiful. And I think I'm going to go to Portugal next time around, see what's going on there. Yeah, Portugal seems pretty nice. Not a long trip, only a couple of hours on by the plane, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but Americans, we teach this lesson to Americans every day. We do the data here every day. We don't just talk about it, we educate the data. So if you've been watching my show and you haven't learned more than what you've been learning on legacy media, it's because something is wrong with your brain. That's it. It ain't my fault. Because we're giving you so many different perspectives and facts, okay, that you don't get in legacy media. Legacy media is not giving you comparative data on the Western world at all when it comes to taxes, when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to education, when it comes to housing, when it comes to your representation per person. Parliamentary representation per person. You know, how many reps you have per person versus how many you don't have per person. Nah, legacy media ain't doing all that, because you know why? Because it would be a five alarm fire if they did that. Your head would fucking explode if you had that actual information. So I'm glad you don't get it anywhere else, because you wouldn't come here too, or maybe you would be dead. Who knows if you could even handle it. But at least I get a chance to talk to you. You see what I mean? At least we get the chance to arm you with knowledge. Okay. And we're arming you with knowledge. Like, if you don't want the knowledge is still going to hit you like this. Bap, 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 bap. All upside your head, whether you like it or not. Knowledge every day. Ain't nothing you can do about it either. And if you're scared to speak this way in your own goddamn country, I would suggest you are a slave. Okay, I would suggest you are falling for slavery. You're falling for, and what's even worse, this is how you know you might be in an actual, this is crazy, but this is how you know you might actually be straight up inside of an actual Quentin Tarantino film. This is how you know. Look, here it is.
What are you doing up here?
Oh, just walking.
No meetings in particular?
I'm going to tell you about.
Tomorrow's going to be a big day at the court, huh? Final day of decisions?
Oh, I guess so.
You want to give us a sneak peek of some of the decisions?
Nope.
But you can't tell us why you're up here today, who you're meeting with? Who are you meeting with, sir? Were you up here for any particular reason?
Looking a lot like a plantation here. I seem to remember this character in a Quentin Tarantino film, starting with a D. I think it's called Django. Yeah. And I think this was the guy that was like, you know, talking to the other black dude like me, trying to tell me to get off of the, you know, who is the nigga on the nag? He thinks he's so special. Yeah, I think I'm fucking special. Okay, I'm free and you're not. You're a fucking coon.
No.
Clarence Thomas.
No info on who you may have been meeting with? Anyone in a house?
And I'm Django. Okay? I plan on blowing the fucking house up, okay, after I shoot up a bunch of people. In the film, of course.
GOP leadership, that's who has offices in there. Any matters you were up here discussing? Any comment on today's decision?
Goddamn. This is like, wow. This is really like, wow. But in any case, this is just a caveat of what it's not just him who's got problems right now. It is also Chuck Schumer. People have been calling for Chuck Schumer for a long time, saying they're going to primary him, saying that he receives too much money from AIPAC. I mean, is he a coon for AIPAC? Is that what it is? I mean, there might be various different kinds of coons out there, people kissing ass, doing everything for everybody else but the American people while getting paid by the American people. I mean, each representatives owe every American citizen their life, because that is who pays their bills specifically. They might get money from AIPAC, but without our money and without our vote, they wouldn't be shit. AIPAC wouldn't care about them at all. They would be nobodies. So my thoughts about it is like, if people aren't treating you as good as how European parliamentary leaders treat their people, if they're not doing at least as good, because they're supposed to be stronger and better, if they're not doing at least as good with your tax dollars, my thoughts is go find somebody else. I mean, you have a lot of time to waste maybe as a person on earth? Maybe you got a lot of time to waste being cheated and treated bad. Is that your legacy? Is that how you're going to spend your time on earth? You got time for that? Because I don't have time for that, man. I don't have time for that in the United States of America. Really, and I have the philosophy that if you don't, carry your shit arrogant with these people, they will carry their shit arrogant with you. If you don't call them on their bluff and let them know they're full of shit and give them the data right at them, these people are going to continue treating you the same way. They're going to do it because they've always been able to get away with it. But I'm not just talking about Chuck Schumer. But in any case, let's start there, because there's a couple of things, and then we will get up. I think we got Mike from Brooklyn again coming up, so we will see. And anybody else, go ahead, hit the panel, hit the link to the panel. Let me put the link to the panel one more time in the chat. You can hop on Discord, or if you know how to put YouTube on your phone, then you know how to put Discord on your phone, and you can come up and have a back and forth, a one-on-one. You can ask any questions you want to ask. I get to ask you any questions I want to ask. We get to have a dialogue. It's entertaining for people. It's informative to people. It's educational. It's also edutainment too at the same time, because we can have some laughs too. We can have some fun while we learn. But in any case, let's hear what they're talking about here real quick. This is where we left off yesterday. Let's see.
Now it is less than half of Democrats in Chuck Schumer's home state of New York, 47% who view him favorably. This is part of a larger picture in which Democrats are turning against.
What's up, Jazzy? I see you.
Their leadership. They are specifically turning
Eric.
against Chuck Schumer.
Keith, what's up?
He is actually underwater.
Yeah, this is another Trump stream. Fuck Trump. I'm not here to kiss Trump's ass like you. Okay, I'm better than you. Okay, I deserve better treatment than you deserve. You go for any old treatment. You like people treating you like shit, so I can't deal with you. Can't deal with
nationally you. With Democrats, and even in his own home state of New York, the Empire State, he can't even reach 50% favorable rating with Democrats.
One of the ways this has manifested itself over the last few weeks is a little bit of a leftward lurch and a rise of progressive Democrats, Democratic Socialists. We have primaries in Colorado tomorrow, and the potential for some surprise.
So there's two different things going on in the Democratic Party. You got these kind of stats coming out of Democrats that are not looking too popular right now, because Democratic Socialists seem to be the real Democrats at this point. They seem to be talking about education. They seem to be doing things about childcare. They seem to be doing stuff about public education. They seem to be doing stuff about rent prices, housing, the housing emergency that is screaming across the United States of America like a fire emergency. You see what I'm saying? Anytime you have someone that does things fast, rapid, not just too fast, but comprehensively, balance the budget, what I mean? By getting rid of excess criminality, people giving their friends contracts that don't even need to be there, paid for by the taxpayer, instead of the money going to other things that people who pay the representatives actual salaries deserve. Right? Whenever you have people doing things, not making excuses, not finding excuses, it makes the regular other people look stupid. It makes them all look stupid. It makes the Republicans look stupid. So Republicans, don't be happy about Chuck Schumer not doing well in the polls, because you ain't no better. This is going to spread over to the Republicans. Don't you Republicans want better out of your life? Are you to be treated like shit by your own government with your tax dollars while they live off of you mooching your fucking money and talking down to you? Is that how you do things? Because you would be the only the only right wingers in any fucking Western country that goes down like that. Some motherfucking losers. You're not even right wing. You're fucking dumb. And everyone's laughing at you because you don't even have the nerve to look out for your motherfucking self before you start hating on some other goddamn people, you stupid fucks. Yes, you deserve to be laughed at by everybody. And you deserve to be told by me. And I'm exactly the person to tell you in your face.
Is there? I should tell people the incumbent Republican senator
Bennett,
incumbent Democratic senator
I know it's so difficult
Michael Bennett
because the numbers are so bad.
I was trying to say the R is running for governor there, and I think a lot of people thought that Bennett would go from the Senate to the governor's mansion pretty easily.
Yeah, that's what the thought was. He was leading in all the early polls, but he had a challenger in Phil Weiser, the attorney general in that state. And look at how these odds have changed. Look at how these odds have changed. Michael Bennett at the beginning of this month, look at this.
And if you hop up on the panel, I will tell you again, and then we get to laugh and listen to how you sound. How about that? Oh, shit, this motherfucker is actually laughing in my face. He's smarter than me. He's got more data than me. He's in public. He's outside. Me, I'm hiding. Me, I'm not getting up on Discord. I'm hiding. I don't want nobody to know it's me on the internet. My mama might get mad because it's too late. I'm supposed to be in my bed.
82% chance to win according to the Kalshi prediction market. Phil Weiser just a 21% chance.
My wife hasn't given me the permission to be up this time.
These numbers have totally flip-flopped. Now it is Phil Weiser who's actually the favorite heading into tomorrow. Michael Bennett, who of course is a longtime senator from the great state of Colorado, is an underdog running for governor. This is how toxic the Democratic brand in Washington, D.C. is, and Chuck Schumer in particular.
And there's a 30-year Democratic incumbent, Diane DeGette, who could be in some trouble there.
It could be in trouble. She is in trouble. I mean, this could be another one for the Democratic Socialists. Look at this. The chance that Mila Kuros is the Dem nominee for Colorado won. Again, at the beginning of the month, it was 41%. Now it is a 78% chance that another Democratic Socialist knocks off an incumbent. Another Democratic Socialist wins a House primary on the Democratic side. The Democratic Socialist number is rising on the Democratic side on the House of Representatives in large part because the Washington, D.C. Democratic brand is toxic.
That's correct. There it is. It's toxic. And why is it toxic? Because it's toxic just like the Republican Party is. Let me tell you, this is going to spread into the Republican Party. This is definitely going to spread into the Republican Party. And why? That's very simple. Because these ideas that the Democratic Socialists are talking about, healthcare, childcare, education, fair wage, these are all things that right wingers agree with left wingers and centrists across the rest of the Western world. See, they argue about other shit. They don't argue about health care for their kids or their wives or their daughters or their communities, the teachers, the workers, the kids, the unemployed people. You know, they don't argue about these things for their people, their citizens. It's only Americans that argue about that shit. Bro, petty ass Americans. They got the poor and the middle class paying for Chuck Schumer's fucking health care, and they can't even afford it. They got the poor. You know what I love about maggots is that you pay for Hakeem Jeffries' health care, and you too stupid to want the same health care he got. Congratulations. You pay for a goddamn. Look at who else you pay for. You right wingers. Guess whose health care you pay for? Here we go. Django. Django. You right wingers pay for his health care. And you can't even fucking afford it. You broke ass right wingers. You can't even fucking afford it. And you pay his salary. With your tax dollars. You go to work to pay for his family. For his house. His private school, for anybody. And you're too stupid to want it for yourself. I mean, how dumb can you be? How dumb can you be? I guess you can be really dumb. You can be really dumb. But this is not the only side now. Check this out. This is not the only side. People are getting scared. They're getting scared. But the same old tricks like calling these people communists is not going to work anymore. Why? Because they called the moderates communists. Yes, they called Kamala moderate, AIPAC receiving, supporting. They called her a communist. They called Biden a communist. They called everyone, all the moderates, communists. So guess what you got now? You got someone that that didn't even exist before. Instead of dealing with the moderates who just wanted some more people to have access to health care, some more people to have a fair shot in education. Not all, just a little more. Instead of doing that, you bitched about that and said and called them communists, and look what you got. Ha 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 ha. That's exactly what you deserve.
But with the Democratic base in particular, it is a whole new world, and we'll likely see that tomorrow in Colorado as well. Of course, we'll just have to wait and see.
Stay tuned. More on this to come.
The populism movement that helped give rise to Trump and MAGA is now apparently taking over the Democratic Party establishment. Liberals are in shock after a wave of wins by socialists all across America, whether in mayoral races or in House primaries.
Understand, these people do not like Democrats. Not only are they not Democrats, they wish Democrats pull.
James Carville, sorry, man. Like, what's wrong with you? You so Trumpian, huh? So you thought that Trump did the wrong thing regarding NATO, but you failed. But you're now entering into a realm where you're now trying to say that people that have these same concepts, which is all the people pretty much of every other NATO nation, you're talking bad about them by talking bad about people that have the same idea as them. That's what the democratic socialists are. The same thing that's already across every other NATO nation. This is all you have to do is transfer it. He's not talking about Mondami. He's talking about NATO right here. Listen, because they have the same things that Mondami is advocating for. The democratic socialists are advocating for. Listen, just be careful. He's talking about people that believe in social democracy, capitalistic nations that believe in social democracy, that believe the elderly should have elder care, that believe children of their Western democracy should have health care, that believe women of their Western democracy should have health care, that believe men from their Western democracy should have health care. Education. Yes. They're talking bad about people that believe that can happen in the richest country on earth. And if they're talking bad about people that think that can happen in the richest country on earth, they're talking about everybody else in the West too that believes the same thing with even less.
Whether in mayoral races or in House primaries.
Understand, these people do not like Democrats. Not only are they not Democrats.
We don't like you because you fucking lie. You fucking lie to people. And it's not about Democrats, jackass. It's about anyone who's living in that bubble lying to people. Don't you think people are tired? People are tired. They're tired of living in that bubble where the conversation just keeps arguing. These people keep arguing with each other, getting nothing done for anybody. They're tired. They're tired of watching everybody else have a better life. They're tired of that. What the fuck do you think people are supposed to say? You think they're just supposed to shut up and just let you keep talking your bullshit again and again and again and again and again? God damn, you would think a person like him would be grateful for having such a great career, being a fucking talking head for the Democratic Party. You would think that he would be grateful. Yeah, because all those people that supported the Democratic Party before are the same people in the Democratic Socialist Party. They're the same fucking people.
They wish
Shameful.
Democrats poorly. I'm done.
We don't wish Democrats poorly, but it's not about a party, goddammit. It's about the people. It's about the people. If your work is not about the people, fuck the party. Fuck any party that's not working for the people. You see, a person that's in politics is not even supposed to be talking like he's talking. You don't care about the party. Fuck your party, man. I'm a member of the Democratic Party, but fuck your party, dude. It's about the goddamn people. You don't hear the people struggling. You don't hear the people screaming, saying, I can't live anymore. I'm dying. My kids are starving. You don't hear them in red states. You don't hear them in blue states. Fuck your party. Fuck your party. Nobody owes your fucking party a goddamn motherfucking thing. The party only is supposed to work for the people only. It's a one-way motherfucking street. You do the work for the people or you get the fuck off public taxpayer goddamn welfare and tax money. Stop begging to be a representative if you don't want to do the work only. The moment you fail, it's over. No one owes you something personally. You see how begging ass goddamn politics is, isn't it? This is professional begging. This is professional begging. He should be ashamed of himself.
Political party.
Socialists are socialists. They should form.
You getting out of the Democratic Party? Yeah, get the fuck out. Fuck you. I'm still in the Democratic Party, and I'm voting. I'm voting for the Democratic Socialists. All right, fuck you, whatever the hell his name is, motherfucker. Go retire. Okay, get the fuck off of TV.
From their own party, they try to crash our party, the Democratic Party.
We have literally found ourselves in a situation where we just don't have people who understand the moment and understand what leadership means.
It is one of those moments where it feels like, we're in the shoehorn phase of this thing where all of the plot lines are converging. And it's also at the same time upside down world in which, Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly are throwing Trump under the bus, and the Democratic Party is infighting with itself. Is this just where we are 10 years into, this new era of Trump and Trumpism?
I mean, I think the Democratic Party is ripe for this to happen. I honestly, this is exhausting. I think that the people are trying to tell the Democratic establishment, the Democratic leadership over and over again, that they want to have representatives who represent them and not billionaires and not lobbyists and not centrist, middle of the aisle people, that they're watching what's happening to their country, they don't like it, and they're looking for fighters. So if the fighters happen to come from the Democratic Socialist team when they're in New York, if they happen to come from somewhere else when they're in Virginia, then those are the people that people are going to vote for. And I think
it don't matter what the name of the party is. Your job is still healthcare, motherfucker. Your job is still fair housing, bitch. Your job is still motherfucking universal education, motherfucker. Okay, that's your job, whether you like it or not. And it shouldn't matter what party you're in. I can't wait till Republicans, I'm talking about the rank and file, just the average person, right, realizes that, that's what your goddamn taxes are for. They're for to make sure your kid gets a fucking decent education. They're there to make sure your families, no matter what, get some decent housing. They're there to make sure you get a fucking decent wage. They're there to make sure that you get goddamn health care, regardless of how much money you make. That's what your taxes. Why would you pay taxes for anything else? What's the reason? What do you think your money's supposed to be used for? Someone to ride around in a fucking limousine and play politics? You think your taxpayer dollars is supposed to pay for a career politician? Is that what it is? Wow, that's deep. I never thought of it that way.
I think the Democratic.
Thank God for my parents. They never taught me that crazy ass way of looking at it. Because my parents taught me politicians were expendable. Okay, they don't get what you need, you find another. Okay, dime a dozen. Better get something done. You're getting paid for this work, motherfucker. Get to work, okay, and show up on time every day. And the moment you feel like it's too much for you, fucking leave.
Establishment is freaking out, but I don't think the Democratic voter is. I think the Democratic voter is quite excited that we're finally seeing people with a fight. And I think that it's not far left, this idea that it's far left for us to have some form of universal health care. That's not far left. We're having the World Cup right now. Every single country in the World Cup has universal health care.
Thank you. Every single country in the World Cup has universal health care. Every single capitalistic Western nation has universal health care. Every other NATO nation has universal health care. The nations that Trump was begging to help him with Iran, they all have universal health care. The nation the dumbass fucking Pentagon sent our military over to fight against to protect Israel, Israel has universal health care. The only oddball on the block is the goddamn Americans. What the fuck are you fighting for? Even Iran has universal health care. What the fuck? You trying to destroy somebody that has some shit that you're not even proud enough for your own people to provide? That makes you look fake and phony right there. Why? Of course they will fight to the end because they know you ain't shit. Because you don't fucking care about your own goddamn people. Who are you to go over to their fucking country? Fix your motherfucking country first and stop making fucking excuses about it. The country works good enough for the wealthy to get richer than they ever got. So don't say, oh, it's broken because of this or that. It works just fine for your rich ass. It works just fine for your billionaire ass. Now get on the job, make it work for everybody else, or get thrown the fuck out of the country. Americans are fucking pissed. And Americans, citizens, have more guns than the citizens of China and Russia put together. They feel betrayed. They feel betrayed. And it's not just the left, it's the right too.
Except us. Like, that's not a far left position. That's a pretty general world position. It's not far left to be able to say, I want to work a job and be able to afford a place to live and food. It's not far left, right, to say that you want to stay home with your baby when they're born and take care of them and have paid family leave and affordable school when they are grown up. That's not far left. That is pretty standard for the rest of the world.
It's sure, but
do me a favor. Click the like button. I can see the likes ain't coming through. Click the like button, folks. Do me that favor. Yeah, click the like button. Do me that. That's how this works on YouTube. In case you don't know, you don't see me out here begging for money, right? But you could be courteous enough to click the like button, subscribe, this kind of stuff. You see what I mean? Because you know damn well you're not really going to get this in many places. So keep it real. You know, keep it real. Hit the like button. And also, listen, I don't mind putting myself on the line for other people. I've done it before. I've had to do it. That's what being a father is. And that's what also being a community member is. But this is the time for everybody to do what they can. And hitting the like button is the least of it. You see, subscribing is the least of it. You see, everybody got to step it up. Yo, Mike, you there? Michael from Brooklyn. Yeah, I could see. I think I heard him in the background. Okay, let me keep going.
Yeah, I'm here.
You here? Yeah. I'm just getting started, bro. I mean, yeah, got to make it very clear to people. You know what I'm saying? What my views are, at least. Yeah, because I'm feeling pretty good in Denmark. I feel like I can speak. I can exercise my First Amendment rights just fine from here. My freedom of speech. Denmark has that too. You know what I'm saying? It's part of the Grun Law. The Constitution, you know what I'm saying? But all right, let's keep it going because there's more coming up in a second. Let's hear.
But those are not the positions I think necessarily being causing these people to be characterized as far left.
It's
a lot of
Brooklyn in the house, most definitely,
other stuff.
What other stuff?
Let's eliminate prisons.
Let's eliminate prisons. Let's seize.
There's a lot of other stuff, and frankly, some of it is
let's say what they
random.
are. Let's seize the.
We treat our criminals worse than any other country on earth. I'm just telling you. I mean, in the Western world, our criminals are told they can't even fucking vote. That's how cold our country is. Our country is like, yo, you commit a felony, you can't vote. You see what I mean? You go to jail, you can't vote. In a lot of states, it's not all states, but it's a lot of states like that. They're not in our country. Jail doesn't rehabilitate you. They don't put the focus on rehabilitation. They try to blame you for all the fucking country's problems, even though you inherited fucking problems. This country hasn't been fucking easy for women. This country hasn't been easy for every goddamn body. Especially it hasn't been easy for the descendants of slaves. And they just act like they're ready to punitively, crush people anytime they get themselves into trouble. Okay, it's not like they're living in a country where education is free. It's not like they're living in a country where they can afford housing. It's not like they're living in a country where they can afford an education to lift themselves up and be part of the bigger economy. You see what I'm saying? It's all based on luck. And this whole thing about having a bunch of basketball players and fucking rappers out there making money, that's not fucking impressive. Okay, those people own them. And they treat them like slaves every goddamn day. They don't even have the right to even fucking speak, or they get punished, made examples of. That shit doesn't even count. You see what I'm saying? And then when you get into power, we have to sit up there and talk nice to people that fucking hate us just because of how we fucking look. You see, those days are fucking over. Those days are over. People are fucking tired of that. And it's not going to work anymore. And you white folk from the goddamn Republican Party, yo, you need to understand they are playing you. They don't give a fuck about you. That's why you're out here bitching about foreigners, because these people robbed your ass anyway. See, they got you distracted thinking about foreigners and all of this shit. No, they could have done better by you anyway. They chose not to. Elon Musk is doing just fucking fine. Okay? They left you behind. That's what they did. They could have got rid of the foreigners and made sure you had a better life, but they chose not to do the latter. They was like, let's just fuck over some foreigners' lives, and you know what? Let these petty ass white people that live in red states, just let them starve. They won't do nothing anyway. They're so dumb. What they gonna do? Pick up their Bible? You know what I'm saying? What they gonna do? Pick up their Bible? What they gonna do? Walk their ass down and buy a piece of Wonder Bread from buy some poison from a goddamn grocery store that has fucking preservatives up the ass in every goddamn thing they eat? What they gonna do? Nothing but shut up. Really, I mean, that's really what they're doing. That's really what they're doing. So I hope they learn. I hope that they are learning though. They are learning. They're not all dumb. There's some good ones in there. They're waking up. You know what I mean? They're waking up.
Landowners, quote unquote, let's eradicate America, quote unquote, let's bring violence to America's streets, quote unquote. This is not me just making this up. This is in writing. And these are the candidates who are winning elections in this country. And it's not just New York City.
No, it's not.
Charlotte, North Carolina. Some people got ran over by a car. Trump supporter just bulldozed them. Just ran them over. That was all they did. What about all these right wingers that went out there and shot up movie theaters, shot up fucking schools? You think people are just going to forget that? This little Jedi mind trick, this little gaslighting trick? No. Hate begot hate. Violence begot violence. Okay, and you can't point the finger if you're never the one that's willing to put it down and preach peace. Okay? People don't forget that. Everybody in the world knows who the fucking problem is in the United goddamn States. It's history taught in every fucking other Western country. They teach that your ass is out there trying to hang people. The KKK. Okay? The goddamn Nazi party. You think they don't have the fucking news? You think they didn't see Nazi flags waving and fucking down there in Florida? Supporting Trump? You think the world didn't see that? The whole fucking world saw it. The whole world sees you carrying fucking Confederate flags around. The whole fucking world sees you and knows who you fucking are. It won't work. It's over. It's over. You ain't convincing nobody. Nobody.
Candidates. You're naming 3 candidates, but you're particularly naming the words from one
Chris
candidate.
Rabb, who said that Zionists did the Bondi Beach massacre. He's in Pennsylvania. Let's do Graham Plattner, who has said...
Still don't make a difference. You can talk about Zionists all you want. You still been treating Americans like shit. Okay? You were treating Americans like shit before the word even Zionist got in your brain. Before you knew anything about Israel, you had a tradition of treating Americans like shit. You had a tradition of treating women like shit in the United States of America. Motherfucker, you ain't getting away with this just because you talking about the word Zionist or talking about somebody that doesn't like a Zionist. No, that's the tiny bit of America. That's an inkling of American history. The big American history is you people been fucking over Americans the whole time while everybody else in the Western world has made leaps and fucking bounds with freedom, with fucking democracy, with parliamentary representation, with a tax code that works for all the people, not just some of the fucking people. These people are insulting.
A lot of things, including the fact that I am a communist, quote unquote, in writing.
Communist, schmomunist. What does it mean? What's in a word? You know, I mean, they just throw those words out there. No, these communists seem to want the same thing the non-communists want from the Democratic Party. Housing, education, right? Healthcare. Why do they just keep wanting the same thing as the non-communists if they're communists?
Okay. This is a national phenomenon now.
If they're communists, why do they want the same thing everybody in every other Western capitalistic country has? Are they all communists? Is everybody in NATO a communist country? What the fuck? What the fuck? See, these people are paid to be bullshit artists. This dude is paid to be a bullshit artist. According to his description, just because you want same or similar things that everyone else in every other NATO nation has, he's calling you a communist. So now all other NATO nations are communists too, because they have universal health care, because they have universal education, because they have housing rights. That's communism, huh?
On the left.
You think they supporting Israel? You think they're not running around here talking about the Zionist party in Israel? In every other NATO nation? Huh? You think that's not going on? Who are you going to blame for that? Who's to blame for that? You going to gaslight the Western world about Israel? Is that what you're going to do? The Western world has been supporting Israel loyally for decades and for a lifetime. Nobody has the right to question any Westerner about its support for Israel ever. You just don't have that right. We've supported Israel the entire time. So we can criticize any goddamn time we want because we have paid the cost to be the boss. Don't you gaslight us with that shit. You get money with our fucking ancestors and our parents and our hard work, sweat, and fucking tears. Don't you ever insult us like that. Anybody that gets our money, we can fucking criticize fairly. When you killing little fucking kids, we can fucking criticize it.
And one of the things that I see now from Democrats, and I love that montage, there are a lot of Democrats who are trying to push back and take their party back. But I see Cory Booker, I see Chris Van Hollen, I see Chris Murphy making their accommodations with their new socialist overlords and saying, listen, this is where the party is going to go. So yeah, if they were going to show any backbone, any instinct towards self-preservation, they would have looked at the DS.
Oh, really? That's where your backbone is? Pushing back against people that want universal health care. That's what your backbone is for in the United States of America, huh? I guess they would say the backbone is all in the slave master. Only the slave master. When's the slave master going to push back against the slave? Huh? Show some backbone. The overlord's got to show some backbone. It's like, what the fuck is he talking about? Has he forgotten who the meek are? What the fuck? The Democratic Party is the only goddamn party that's ever been. What the hell? And now it's like, come on, man. Again, the only people that need some pushback is these people right here talking all that shit. And everybody in the Western world, if you want to keep the Western world together, everyone should gang up on them. I invite you to. Please. Go find out where their families and this guy's corporation is, what business he's involved in. Find out what business JD Vance is involved in. Any of these cronies for Trump, Musk, any of them, cancel all their fucking contracts. Get them all out of your fucking country. Because these people hate fucking democracy. They hate social democracies, and they're openly talking about it every day like you're the enemy. Calling people that believe in social democracy fucking communist. Telling people that have supported Israel more than anyone else ever has in the history of the country, saying that there's something wrong with them, criticizing the administration, the regime in power, because how it has a body count of kids that no other place in recent time has ever seen. These people are fucking backwards, and they are the problem with the United States. They're the problem. They're the problem. They're the problem right now with the Western world. They're the problem. They are the problem. And people like it with that mentality are the problem. These people with this mentality will bring down the Western world. They will bring it down. They will make China stronger. They will make Russia stronger. And you're just simply not going to get it back. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Because of these people, it is basically going to be a wrap. Because of these types of people right here. They didn't recognize when they had it good, and they abused it. Just because they wanted to be greedy, stingy, lie openly on international TV for everyone to see how they think, so it's recorded in the history of mankind. These words that these people make will be on the fucking moon. Some alien is going to find them one day and be like, and be talking about these motherfuckers like, I'm serious, man. This is going down in history books. It's going down in history books. In any case, they got all kinds of arguments about this. Anyway, fuck it. Now, here's Trump. Trump is scared. He should be scared because Americans are getting pissed. Americans are getting tired. Americans know that they have been getting scammed by the elite. They know that the TV has been part of scamming them, massaging them, molesting them, getting them to just be fucking slaves to these goddamn elites, getting them to just use all of their tax dollars for everybody else but them. But them. And then time is running out. Time is running out. And he's worried. Because they don't have control anymore. The control factor is dying. Because people waited too long with no results.
Social Democrats, these are hardcore, godless.
No, they're social Democrats. They're social Democrats for sure. And he's calling them godless. Okay, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend calling somebody godless? Well, how the fuck does that work? Guy who owned 3 goddamn casinos, bankrupt them all, is calling somebody else godless?
Ooh.
The guy who has people literally saying he raped me when I was a child, he's calling somebody godless. What's up, Mike? Michael from Brooklyn.
Which one is it? Is Mamdani godless or is he Muslim?
Yeah, exactly. Which one is it? Is he Buddhist or is he godless? You know, it's like, what the fuck's going on here?
Is he Muslim or is he an atheist? Which one? Is he godless? Because last I recall,
he's speaking in tongues,
Islam
bro.
is one of the 3 Abrahamic religions, right? Like
Trump speaks in tongues. This is how you know it's really Babylon is going on, because 1 minute he says something like that. 1 minute he's a Muslim, the next minute he's godless. Go figure, if you can figure that shit.
Yeah, right. Like, I mean, it makes and they won't ever call him out on
Nothing.
his contradictions.
No,
They won't ever. Right?
Yeah, bro.
None of the reporters that even say, "Hey, Mr. President, is Mamdani godless? Because you just called him a Muslim, which he's stated to they're known to be a Muslim. Is Mamdani? Which one is it? Right? None of the reporters are even going to question that, and I think that's what bothers me just a bit more. Because Trump's going to be Trump. We know who he is, right?
Yeah.
But none of these reporters have the gall to just even ask that question.
Nope.
Because he's going to call them fake. This is fake news. This is what fake news asks me, right? And his base eats it up.
Lame.
Right? They eat it up.
Yeah.
And so that's where it's like no reporter had the gall to just even ask him that. Hey, Mr. President, I'm a bit confused because you called the Democratic Socialists atheists and godless, but is Mamdani godless or is he Muslim? Like,
right.
Like you can frame it in a conceptual manner that comes off respectfully and intellectually, and even then they choose not to. Right?
They choose not to because they're fear mongering. The legacy media is okay with fear mongering the American taxpayer. That's what it is.
I mean, and look, even while they discuss it on CNN, they won't make mentions publicly of that contradiction. Right? No. They won't. They won't say to their panel, "Hey, it's weird how Donald Trump doesn't call out Mamdani as godless, right? But he recognizes him as a Muslim." They won't even say that much, right? They won't make such a simple correlation. And that's bothersome for the most part.
And why don't they just say something like, "Well, you say he's godless, like that's a problem, but what about the history in the United States of Christians killing Christians? Like, what's up with that?" You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you mean? Are you gonna, are you trying to say that somehow he's bad because of his religion or the way he views things? Because I mean, which one is it? I just think it's true, man. It's delusion town. It's delusion town. The people that's been doing all the killing in America are Christians. Let's just be honest. It doesn't matter where you talk about. Talk about Brazil, talk about Cuba, talk about USA. Really, this is who's doing the majority of killing, bro. and historically has done the majority of killing. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? What the hell? And he's worried about Mamdani. I ain't worried about Mamdani, man. I'm not worried about him at all. I looked at the guy. I know New Yorkers. I've lived in New York. I know that he's just a good guy that's trying to do the right thing. And legacy media is going to fearmonger, use the idea that he's a Muslim, and fearmonger, which is really cheating, to be honest. It's really cheating. It's really low level for a mass media organization to do that. Like, how petty can you be? You had Jeffrey Epstein, the person running the largest sex trafficking scheme in the United States history, assaulting little girls and little boys, blackmailing American politicians like they invented blackmailing. That person was not a Muslim. That person was not a Muslim. There's not one Muslim in the Epstein files. Where's the Muslim in the Epstein file? Where's the Muslim trying to keep the Epstein files from being released? Where's that Muslim at? I haven't seen one. So save me with that bullshit. You know what I mean? And American people need to ask themselves, why are you so easily gullible? Like, why are you so in the media? Shame on you. Shame on you for not pointing this shit out. Shame on you. You're a part of the problem, and people are tired of you too. But look, what's going on now is the beginning of the end. For a lot of this bullshit. Even the news organizations, they're not going to be around, bro. They're not going to be around because people are going to start turning them off.
The left have gotten consolidated, right? They've gotten consolidated, so they're compromised themselves.
They just bought out by the billionaires. They're going to have one message, and guess what? What people do when that happens? They just turn it off, boop, and they turn on me. Thank you very much. Turn me on. Click the like button. 108 people watching. Click the like button. I'm not CNN. I'm not MSN. I'm not Fox News. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking that talk like they talk it. You see what I'm saying? I'm actually doing something different You know, you said you didn't like CNN. Well, now you don't like me either, huh? It's just like these hypocrites. They called Kamala Harris a communist, and now they got Mamdani. They called a centrist Democrat a communist, and now they got Mamdani. They don't know what to call him. They're like, you a communist too. But is it that he's a communist, or is it that you want the centrist Democrat back? Which one is it? Do you want the centrist Democrat back? Right. But Obama wasn't good enough. Biden wasn't good enough. Kamala Harris wasn't good enough. None of the centrists good. They hated. They said the centrist Democrats were destroying Earth. Basically. So why do you call for the centrist Democrats now? Why do you need them now? Why do you like them now? What do you think they can help you with now? You demonized them. You basically called Biden the devil. You called Kamala Harris. People went back on Kamala Harris and was trying to make up stories like trying to say her great-great-great-great-grandfather was a slave master in Jamaica. I mean, they had the black people making up stories, that little 10% buying that bullshit, hocus pocus ass, bullshit ass. Now all of a sudden everybody named Brown got a great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather that was a slave master. There's some fucked up people, bro. You know what I'm saying? Look, they're associated with Jeffrey Epstein. Why does anyone listen to anything he's saying? What the fuck? When did that happen? When did that happen? Anybody that voted for Trump, you should never take advice from about anything political or anything that goes on in the world. They're going to have all the wrong shit. It's all going to be the dark web talking points. You know what I'm saying? It's all going to be backwards. They're going to be calling Europe fucking socialist, communist. Yep, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. They're going to be lying about Europe, right? You see what I mean? They're going to be lying about Greenland, lying about Canada. That's exactly what they do. That's exactly what they do. Well, let's listen to bitch ass Trump lie some more. He's not going to be alive too much longer. It's taking long though. I got to admit, but you can see he's aging rapidly, and being president is a place you get to watch people age pretty rapidly. You know, people suspect that he is on death medication, like the medication, the shit you pump people up that are in the hospice. You know what I mean? On their dying bed, basically terminally ill. You know, he's getting, they suspect, people suspect or allege that he's getting injections for a terminally ill, you know, a terminal illness, basically. So, you know, I think this is really like the hospice White House, to be honest with you, you know. Yeah, really. This is where Trump is doing his hospice care at, in the White House. Like, yeah, most people go to an elderly home or their own home and have some people come and take care of them there. This motherfucker is just going to do it on the American taxpayer dollars. He's going out with a bang. You know what I'm saying? He's got the best hospice anybody. Now, keep in mind, none of you motherfuckers watching will ever get this kind of hospice care. Just keep that in mind. Before you clap for him, he don't even give a fuck about you. So just keep that in mind. This won't be you getting the kind of hospice care he's getting. Okay, you probably won't get none.
Communists, they're godless communists. All communists are godless. They don't believe in God. This is the most serious threat to our country since its existence, in my opinion, 250 years ago. This is a major threat to our country. It's happening right now in New York and California. But you'll start living in squalor. You'll live in squalor. There will be no food. There will be no housing. There will be no military. There will be no law and order. There will be no nothing. There will be no nothing. You'll be a third world inhabitant in every way, and everyone will suffer or die. You'll suffer or die. That's what happens.
Trump was making that pitch to Christian conservatives at the Faith and Freedom Coalition earlier today, just days after New York's
So I guess all of y'all going to die then.
primary elections, where we saw 3 self-proclaimed Democratic socialists win their races. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani endorsed all 3 of them.
President Trump going into these midterms with a significant advantage because of his performance, right? And we see him do this. he's just going to kind of like replace the caravan scare that he does at every midterm with the DSA, right? But I don't think
exactly. He's going to just replace the caravan scare with the DSA. Now, before it was the moderate Democrats, and now it's the DSA, the extreme left. And now he's calling the moderate Democrats in the United States to help them to fight back against the DSA, while he's calling the other NATO nations with universal health care, NATO nations with universal education, NATO nation with housing insurance, NATO nation with child care, right? Universal child care. He's calling them to help them fight a war with Iran. Israel has universal health care, universal education. He's demonizing everyone that has it, that wants it. And then he's asking the same people for help. That's exactly what he's doing. Inside the country, in the U.S., he's asking for centrist Democrat help. And outside, he's asking for every Western capitalistic country who has universal health care and universal education for everyone. He's asking for their help in fighting Iran. After he dissed them publicly on the international stage, insulted every single European country, one by one. And if you fall for that, you either doing it on purpose because you have a suicide mission, and some of you definitely do, and some of you are definitely going to get what you want, just like a lot of you that voted for Trump are getting your asses kicked right now. Fucking mortgage you can't afford. If one family member gets sick, you're out of there. You can't afford the deductible for your health care. If you're lucky enough to even have any, you're fucked. You're fucked.
it's going to work when you have gas prices as high as they are. I don't think it's going to work when you have Mamdani showing people that he can fill potholes with that same socialism that Donald Trump is trying to scare people out of engaging with.
I don't give a fuck what you call the pothole filler. Call him a capitalist. If he was good at it as a capitalist, it would have got done better. But he wasn't. They weren't good as capitalists. Okay? The child care wasn't good as capitalist child care. It wasn't functioning well. Do you think the U.S. government is functioning well? It just got in more debt. Instead of holding the debt, it went even deeper under Trump. That's your capitalism. That's not socialism doing that. That's capitalism doing that. That's Republicans doing that. Any Republican socialist controlling the goddamn Congress, any Republican socialist controlling the motherfucking Senate, any Republican socialist controlling the goddamn Supreme Court, any Republican socialist controlling the White House, that's capitalism doing that to you, cutting you off healthcare, making your healthcare more expensive, about to cut your SNAP, trying to find a way to stop your ass from voting in red states where you have to travel an hour just to fucking vote on vote day, trying to cancel mail-in voting so you all have to drive a fucking hour. No city person has to. Nobody in New York got to drive a fucking hour to vote. That's rural state Americans, red states. Nobody in Chicago got to drive a fucking hour to vote. Better wake up fast. Better wake up fast. But I'm not begging you to, because this American lives outside of the U.S. in Denmark, so I got my health care anyway. So you can move as slow as you want. Be on your suicide path all you want. My kids still going to being paid to go to higher education. My oldest daughter in university right now, finishing up her degree. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, soon it will be my next son. Paid to go. You see what I mean? And then they will go back to the United States and take one of your jobs. And I actually mean that. And why are they going to do that? Because you're being stupid about life. That's why. And we're not.
I think it hasn't really worked that well. I mean, they've been claiming that they would run Mamdani is a socialist and Democrats are socialist ads all over the country. And I don't know that it's really changed the dynamic in the special elections that we've seen thus far, and certainly not Trump's relationship with Mamdani. He has embraced him practically at the White House.
He has, and vice versa with Mamdani. I mean, he's been 2 times, I think, and frankly, I've watched the president treat Mamdani better than I've watched.
Yo, listen, Cindy, I'm going to have to erase your comments. You're about to be blocked for spreading just outright lies. For anyone that doesn't know, Cindy is just dumb as fuck. All right. Spreading lies about Hitler. The Nazis hated communists. God damn, Sydney, how could you mangle history? The communists were fighting the Nazis. They killed the fucking communists first before they killed the Jews. They was killing socialists, communists in Germany from their parties. And then after they got rid of the political problem, then they went after the Jews. So learn something. God damn. Matter of fact, block this stupid ass. This lady ain't even named. She's not even a lady. I'm about to block her ass, period. You won't see her ass again on this channel. Bye. Fake ass troll.
Members of his own party, like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey.
That is actually true.
And I think that on a personal level.
Yeah, Cindy's blocked already, but I blocked her ass forever. I blocked her ass forever. I saw you block her, Rafika. She blocked forever now, though. I don't even want anybody spitting lies like that. I'm sorry. You trying to dumb the people down.
Propaganda and a lie, right? And I think for the chat and for the people who even are like-minded like that, you can pull it up. Pull it up so the chat understands that it's not just lefty rhetoric. It is a fact that the Nazis were not socialist. They were not democratic. They were fascist. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. That's not something we made up or something we hold sentiments towards. No, that's a fact. There's a difference between liking something and something being an arbitrary fact.
It's true. I mean, why wouldn't you know that? I don't understand why they what the fuck? I'm like
what type of education did you have?
Yeah. I don't understand it, but people need to
failed you. That's an indictment on our education system, and I'm sorry for that, Cindy. I'm sorry we failed you as a country. That you believe lies and propaganda that you repeat wholeheartedly with your chest out on a public channel. That's crazy.
Yeah,
you repeat that, and that means you repeat that in your private life too. So I feel sorry for the people who know you.
Yeah, definitely. This is embarrassing, you know. Here we go. Before the Nazi regime began the systemic mass roundups and genocide of Jewish people, their first targets were their direct political opponents, communists, socialists, social democrats. And for a lot of people that don't understand this, socialist, social democrats, it's the same. If you're talking politically and you're talking in the Western world, that's what they're talking about. Social democrats. In Europe, socialist as a party, because all European nations are capitalistic, when they say social democrats, they mean still in a capitalist country. They just mean they believe in things like healthcare, education for all the citizens, and housing guarantees, housing benefits if you need it. Right? That's basically what it means. That's why they have it in parentheses here, right? So, social democrats. So that's parentheses, right? Am I forgetting that? Yeah, that is. All right. So, in any case, and trade unions. So this is who the Nazis were against. And think about this. This is how you know how real Trump's punk ass is. Because this is exactly what Trump is against. Trade unions, social democrats. You know what I'm saying? Like, really, to complete secure absolute power in 1933, Adolf Hitler had to eliminate any organized political resistance. The communists, socialists were big, social democrats, and the trade unions. Then they went out to kill the Jews after. So politically, those were the organized groups of people, the masses, and they took out their leadership. That's what they did. Okay. Those were the other political parties in Germany. Okay. Made up of Germans. Okay. the first target political opponents. They first target political opponents. Immediately after Hitler was appointed chancellor in January 1933, the Nazi Party moved swiftly to crush the political left. Right? So the Reichstag fire. February 1937. I mean, this is comparable to Jan 6. When German Parliament building was set on fire in February 1933, the Nazis falsely blamed a communist conspiracy. Today, they blame Biden for Jan 6, even though Trump was president. This is what they do. This is what they do.
They blamed Biden's FBI when Trump was president, and it was his FBI.
Exactly. This gave them the pretext to suspend civil liberties and arrest thousands of communists overnight. Okay. So I don't understand, that's how you know Cindy is not a woman. Cindy is it, most likely a computer. Either that or another species of animal, because that's not a human. I ain't giving that person that much or that thing that much credit. But but in any case, the opening, it could be a man, anonymous and unidentified on the internet. That's how they roll. They want to have a conversation in the chat. They don't want to step up on the panel and show people they're a real human being and talk so you can hear their voice. They don't do that. Okay. The opening of the Dachau, March 1933, the very first Nazi concentration camp, was not originally built for Jewish people. It was specifically created to re-educate political prisoners, primarily communists and social democrats who opposed the regime. You see? Wow. So what?
It's almost crazy. It's almost like they were socialist in name for the people. That's insane.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Because, the Nazis, what they're doing is what the Nazis did is the same thing MAGA did. It's the same thing Trump and them created. They wanted to get rid of people's groups by adopting a people's group name. Yes. Right. And then going to center after the economy and make the economy, focus around fewer people, and then blame others for the economic damage. That's what the Nazis did. Then they mobilized people because of the damage. That's what this was all about. It's basically parallel to what MAGA is, but since a lot of Americans don't know European history at all, they don't know anything about really the background, World War I, World War II, the emergence of the Nazi Party, Third Reich. They don't know any of the other political groups that were around at that time. They don't know what the people were, of these different nations, what their political conversation was about either. They don't, but I'm just saying that because I don't want somebody coming to my page and seeing somebody like that person that was in the chat trying to, lie about history.
Yeah, no, that's straight up disinformation.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So
that's wild. That's something that no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Even someone to even think that way just goes to show how far you're gone.
Yeah.
You're gone. Like mentally, you are bought into a different type of propaganda that no one should even entertain in the slightest. Facts. It's not even a debate at that point. It's not.
Facts.
Right? It's a disrespect to the people who got their rights violated, and including the Jewish individuals who lost their lives, and all the social democrats and everyone else who was unjustly killed and faced the horrors of that regime.
Exactly.
Absolutely a disrespect to those people, right?
Exactly. And, Europeans know this history. So when they see someone like Trump, they revert back to that history. They have that history cataloged to revert back to politically. They have a roadmap. You see what I mean? They have a panorama laid out on the table. So in their history that they can go back to and they say, aha, this has happened in history before. Remember what happened when the rise of the Nazis and when they tried to take out the socialists and the communists, parties. We talking about parties, right? And how and then they went after the others. You see what I mean? It's the same thing. They try to take out the Democratic Party, right? So that they can take out the people after that the Democratic Party represent, which is, and it's the same thing. Now they want to try to, when you have this plan, centrist Democrats in a way are pretty effective to some extent because the MAGA party or the Nazi party wants the other side to seem extreme. right? So the centrist Democrats, they kind of work against that notion because they ain't really doing nothing extreme, right? It's kind of hard to convince people unless the people are just totally fucking ignorant, right? And but now it's gone. That little game of centrist Democrat and waiting, and also this little game that the Republicans have been playing by blaming foreigners or minorities, lying to them about the tax code, lying to them about democratic representation, parliamentary representation, lying to them about who our allies are, which are social democratic countries, capitalistic countries that are socially democratic, right? Lying about that. The gig is up, man. The gig is up now. It's not going to work anymore. They've done that for a generation now. Played that game. We watched Reagan. We watched Bush. We watched Clinton. We watched Bush again. We watched Obama. We watched Trump. We watched Biden. You see what I'm saying? We watched all of this play out even before Reagan. Nixon. Right? Come on. We've watched this play out. So these games they're over now. They're just over. And the only people that go for it are ignorant people at this point. And we have to break that thing. We have to break from that, because if we don't break from that in the United States, it is over for the United States. It is over. It's over. The people, and before it's over, what's going to happen as a prelude to it being over is the American people are going to experience way more hardship first before it's over. See, it's going to be over for you before it's over for the country. You on the front line. Really, I'm serious, man. You on the front line. So just remember, you're the ones most vulnerable. The people. The government is less vulnerable, but it will fall if it doesn't fix itself. Correct this type of corruption. It's already too many spies. Too many people that are in power, oligarchs that don't care about the United States. It was just a come up for them just to be able to move to some other country like Peter Thiel's doing, take their money and just run. It was just a come up. You maggots were just a come up for them. And everybody else too. You got to learn to respect each other. Otherwise, these things will happen. Others will come in, reap the rewards of your hard labor, and then run and leave you high and dry and leave you with the bill.
I think the president likes that Mamdani's a New Yorker, and I think in a weird way he has respect for how hard it is to win the New York City mayor's race, and he respects him as a showman and the way he practices politics. Funny enough, the president views AOC in a similar way. He always says she's like Evita. It is true, right? She's the young, shining face of socialism. Eva Peron, right? I'm one of you. Look at me. You can see yourself in me. But the president, I do agree that I think communism is absolutely the most pressing threat facing our country. And I'm glad that he sees that, because this country will die by suicide from electing socialists before Iran ever launches a new...
Look, what is she? She just flip-flopped from socialist to communist in one sentence. Look, she doesn't mean what she's saying. She doesn't even know what she's saying.
Peron, right? I'm one of you. Look at me. You
For her to
can see
use it
yourself in me.
interchangeably is
But the
hilarious.
Huh?
Right? I said for her to use it interchangeably is
Right.
hilarious.
Yeah, she used it
Right?
interchangeably.
She can't even make up her mind on the definition of what's a communist versus a fascist, right? Like she wouldn't, a communist versus a socialist. She wouldn't even know the difference.
No.
Right? And that's what they do. They hope that you have a poor idea and think that communists and socialists
they're
are
not the
synonyms
same. Exactly.
when they're far from each other.
Exactly.
Right? One is an extreme version of the other that includes totalitarianism, which will be communism. Right?
Exactly.
They wouldn't be able to have that conversation. And a lot of Americans they aren't politically aware, or they have no clue of political science, right? It's unfortunate that it takes for a lot of individuals, most, if not all, to go to college to be able to have this type of knowledge imprinted onto them.
Right.
Right. And it's also a part of the rhetoric on the right that if you go to college, you're a liberal lefty. right? You're an educated liberal lefty.
Yeah, that's
You're
fucked up,
educated
right?
by the liberal institution.
Because
It's a part of a rhetoric.
Yeah. Mhm.
Go ahead, babe.
No, because it's almost like they're jealous that and as hard as it is to get the money to get a college degree, it's almost like they're jealous of them and just, you think you're better than me. So there you go. You're just a liberal, and they just, it's like, no, man, we should be standing together. We should be standing together to make sure every American has access to higher education, regardless of how much money you have. That way, nobody.
They're mad because they were disenfranchised.
Well,
right?
that way you don't have to think somebody else thinks they're better than you.
There you go. They feel inferior when someone brings up education. They feel inferior when someone has a broader vocabulary and has an everyday use of words because they read books or were forced to read books and now have a broader vocabulary overall than what they have in their everyday personal life, right? The people they speak to have just as less of a vocabulary, and so they feel inferior for anyone who uses any big words, right? Which is why their retort is, "Oh, you retarded liberal lefties," right? They just attack the lefties, attack the liberals. The liberals are the dumb ones. The dumb ones.
Well, look at them, but look, but look at them now. Now they got Mondami. Is Mondami just a liberal? Is he the same as the other liberals you criticized last year?
He went to an Ivy League adjacent. And what's funny is the educated Republicans, you know what they're not? They're not conservatives. They're libertarians.
Yeah.
Right? Because they're in it for the money, not the conservative values.
Yeah, they're going to leave these trolls
under the conservative values. Yeah,
they're going to leave MAGA
under the conservative values.
Yeah,
exactly. They've already left. Right? This is when you start seeing the schism of the talking heads, like the Candace Owens of the world, right? The Joe Rogans of the world, the Megyn Kellys of the world. They left because they can see it. They're like, oh, the money's in the grip.
Hold on. Cranky Mullet says communism is not authoritarianism. He didn't say that, though. So please, you need to roll the tape
I
back.
said an extreme form
right.
of communism involves authoritarianism.
Exactly. Right? I know what you mean. But he says something else more interesting that and also hop up on the panel so you can have a back and forth. Right. It's more useful. Trust me when I say that. I've been doing this a long time. So I know. And I've been doing this long enough to get you to come here. So, trust me when I say in my program, if you hop up on the panel, the dialogue will be much better, more informative for the public. But in any case, let me read this statement. It says, Hitler used socialism as propaganda to gain support. He had no socialist policies. He was a totalitarian. Yeah, that's what I said too. That's what I didn't say the exact words you said, but that's what I said too, just before you said that. But see, this is where communication goes a little awry in people's vernaculars and the internet. When this internet makes people something about it that's different from talking. Typing is different from talking. And because you don't have that person there to explain something or qualify anything after that, people just go.
You can't evoke tone through text or emotion through text.
Yeah,
any underlying sentiments that come along with conveying it.
Yeah, but one thing we know for sure is that the fact of the matter is this: when it comes to Hitler, Hitler first locked up the socialist parties and the Communist Party in Germany. Those were his first political opponents. These were the organized groups that were big. These were not Jews per se, right? Jews were minorities. You see what I'm saying? The larger the others were Germans, largely socialist, communist, right? And so he took them out first. So you could say Hitler used socialism, but it all depends on what you mean in that particular statement and how you mean it, right? Because he definitely went out to kill socialists and put them in prison
he
first.
Used it as an appeal. Yeah. He used it in name as an appeal to the working class.
Yeah, he tried to use their name. That's exactly what I said, actually, that he tried to use idea, to supplant them and then attack them. But really, he's a totalitarian who wanted to centralize power and centralize money into his hands. He wanted to rob Germany, and they did it, But let me see here. Yeah, let me see. Hard Right said something. Hold on, let me see. Hard Right said, V, it's actually pretty common for every country to have a socialist party. Actually, America is behind on this. Yeah, I know. I've been to many countries. Absolutely, all right. Exactly. You know, which is why Trump and them, they're trying to now fix their language by saying that democratic socialists are not social democrats. No. People that have been outside of the United States and been to every other Western country, we know that what Mondami and them, what democratic socialists mean is parallel to social democrat in Europe. Europeans, you tend to use the word social democrat because they don't want to be called socialist. It's a bullshit term anyway because all the countries are capitalistic. So even the U.S. is capitalistic. So it's really the only, if you want to talk about pure socialism, you're talking about North Korea or North Vietnam. It's almost no socialist countries left.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. It's almost no socialist countries left.
An extreme form of communism.
Yeah.
An extreme form of communism, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's hear some more.
Because both extremes have a form of totalitarianism that enforces what they want for their base. Right. That's essentially what the opposite extremes of each side are. Right. They invoke the same policies on extreme, but they're forced and depend on a lesser group to disenfranchise, along with totalitarianism to enforce it at the highest of levels. But that's essentially, you know, and I think, you know, socialism obviously has a buzzword here in America, but socialism and social democrat is used as the working people's party in any other developed Western country, right? And it's because we have a poor understanding of political science and we think black and white, not gray, not shades of gray, which is why they keep using socialism and communism interchangeably as if the two are the same, when they often rhyme, but they are far from the same, right?
Hard Right said, V don't like me too much on MAGA. Oh, no, I thought, well, I didn't know you were MAGA, but whatever you said before was correct. So it doesn't matter for me. I'm not, you know, it is. A MAGA person, you must be joking anyway. But listen, you were right on that. But let me see. Cranky Mullet says, democratic socialism can work in tandem with free market capitalism, which is what Mondami is doing. Exactly. And that's what every other Western country is doing. That's it.
It always does. Right?
Yeah. All right.
If you're using social democracy, you're invoking the idea that totalitarianism isn't your goal. Yeah. The word democracy invokes the understanding that this isn't a totalitarian rule. It's a democratic socialist, right? You are agreeing on social policies within a free market on a democratic level.
Right. Yeah, it's true. And then Cranky Mullet says, again, you're thinking, he's not talking to us, he's talking to somebody in the chat. Some people are thinking that they're talking about pure socialism. No one wants that. Yeah, exactly. Democratic socialists are not looking for pure socialism. This is a lie. And the people in the west of the Western countries that have universal health care and universal education, they're not looking for pure socialism either. That's why they don't have it. Even within some of the health care is still private companies, but the difference is how it's managed. You know, you don't have these private companies jacking up the prices because just on paperwork alone. You see what I'm saying? And in a place like Denmark, it's 5% administrative fees in healthcare. In a place like the United States of America, it's 30%. And that's just the fee. That's just the paperwork. 30% for the paperwork. You know, so in any case, let's get back to this. But I like the conversation in the chat. I like what I'm seeing. People are communicating, you know, being serious for, you know, everybody's not always serious in the chat. So I appreciate folks coming out, especially the folks that want to have a real dialogue. And do me a favor. Look, hop on up if you want. I mean, come on up. Nobody's going to reveal your identity, but I like to, once I get a chance we get a chance to talk to people, it's easier because then you can hop up later. Once we qualify some things that you're American, we can tell how you sound, talk about what state you come from, what healthcare you have, just basic things. You don't have to reveal your identity or anything like that. And then you always welcome to chime in later once you have that little Discord system set up. But in any case, let's continue here. Let's hear some more.
Agree that I think communism is absolutely the most pressing threat facing our country, and I'm glad that he sees that, because this country will die by suicide from electing socialists before Iran ever launches a nuclear weapon.
You see that?
Communism is absolutely the most pressing threat facing our country, and I'm glad that he sees that, because this country will die by suicide from electing socialists before Iran ever launches a nuclear.
You see that?
That I think communism is absolutely the most pressing threat facing our country, and I'm glad that he sees that, because this country will die by suicide from electing socialists.
Yeah, so she don't know the difference between, first of all, she doesn't know the difference between communism and socialism. Second of all, she's not even listening to what any of the people that run under the banner of democratic socialists are actually saying. Because if she did, she would actually realize that, wait a second, they're just talking about what every other Western country already has. What the fuck? She's demeaning what every other Western country already has, man. This is crazy. Anyway.
Before Iran ever launches a nuclear weapon at us. So I do think we're on the right path with that, but it's going to be an age thing. The word communist is a dirty label to people over 60. Americans under 40, not so much.
I mean,
who the fuck's talking about communism? She's acting like there's a political party that Mamdani belongs to, the Democratic Communists.
We're just picking a new scare tactic as far as I'm concerned. This is getting insane. He's up there saying you're going to live in squalor with no food and no housing and no law and order. We have that for
people already live in squalor, man. They don't. I told you, Americans have the least amount of parliamentary representation than people in any other Western country. At best, half the representation for their tax dollars. At worst, like 30 and 40 times less than other countries like Denmark. Man, you got to understand that you have one representative for like 1 million goddamn people. More than that's what you have. In other Western countries, it's half that, and even it starts off at half that many. And then it gets even less, even more, even greater in terms of the representation, less in terms of how many people one representative represents. So you're already at a deficit, because your representative is supposed to know all the ills and all the issues of 1 million something people. Do you think that they're going to do a great job when the odds are just against them? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And it also correlates with the fact that you don't have things that the people need, that you do have people underserviced. I mean, it's, Mike, you were saying we got to get rid of the cap on the house, right? Because the population of citizens has tripled since 1920, right?
We have to uncap the house, right? We need an additional almost 350 additional individuals in the house, right? And that would allow for better representation. That would allow for better accountability. That would allow for a better understanding of who your constituents are and who you're representing. That will get a better understanding of the different type of classes that exist within certain districts, right? Versus overrepresenting a wide swath of individuals, and then you become complacent to the ones that are the highest paying tax individuals, which will always be the people who make more, right? The people who aren't your everyday worker, right? Your 200K plus a year individuals, you feel more beholden to them because you feel as if they pay more taxes. So you have to hold their interest more in terms of providing or pushing for what would benefit them versus the masses.
Right.
Right. And so that would give a better overall understanding of America, of working America, right? And it also would leave a lot more representation in more populated cities and states and districts, right? Because right now we have a lot of districts that have a smaller population, but are still represented by the same amount of representatives as a place that has a much larger population. And that's unfair to tax-paying dollars, because right there, you're not getting your representation through taxation, right? It's failing you at that point. And so to uncap the House, it's it's been spoken about very vaguely, but I think we need to understand that in order to fundamentally change what we're going through on an everyday basis, that's the start. That is like one of the biggest things, anyone should be advocating for when it comes to the progressiveness of democracy, is uncapping the House. That is one of the immediate things within power that's bipartisan. Bipartisanly should be accepted and requested, right?
Yes. And I hope American
Because if
citizens.
not, it's easier to consolidate power. It's easier to consolidate power.
It is.
Just like this current administration is doing when they don't get enough pushback, and when it becomes harder to get 700 people to represent one bill, right? It becomes a lot harder than the 435 individuals, right, that are compromised by lobbyists and their party representatives, right, and their party leaders like your MAGA Mike Johnsons or your Hakeem Jeffries or your Chuck Schumers of the world, right? It becomes a lot easier for them to vote cohesively for what they want versus having a bunch of representatives now, double, right? Almost double the representatives. Now you have to speak. Imagine one person speaking to, 400 people. It's almost impossible to get 400 people to agree on, what they want to eat, yet alone what they want to vote for. Right. And so that would mean a more cohesive, both parties would be a lot more cohesive, a lot more progressive, because if they don't, then your elected official in that district won't get elected. They will not see election, right? They won't. There won't be enough campaigns that you can just run and spend a bunch of money on, just to get them visible. And the people who just vote out of obligation and not being informed, now they're the ones who vote now, right? A lot of people just vote out of obligation. They don't necessarily know what policies this representative has. They don't necessarily know what this representative stands for. But as long as he's Republican or as long as he's Democratic, they vote for them, right? And opening the House and uncapping the House would eliminate just that. And if it does, it won't impact a district as much, right? Because it's less people impacted by someone's poor decisions or someone's poor choices, And again, like even this current administration, the way they are currently consolidating power through acts and amendments in the Supreme Court, right? And this week, especially today, was, just big on that, right? A bunch of rulings between yesterday and today that fundamentally will change power, right? And to sum it up, a lot of these decisions and a lot of the things that they've placed in front of the Supreme Court have essentially challenged the executive power and what it means. And now essentially they're trying to consolidate what executive power looks like, right? And kind of really place it all under the presidential power, right? They're expanding what that presidential power looks like in terms of different parts of the executive branch. And essentially it helps Trump, right? It helps Trump, be able to more effectively
it helps corruption.
Pretty much own.
It helps corruption, bro.
Within departments, right? So let's say FBI, right? Let's say CIA. Let's say the Fed. These are all executive branches that function separately or independently of the president. And now with a lot of these rulings, it has consolidated the power under which he can control. So it's like, oh, if you don't listen to me or push what I want in terms of who I want to prosecute, in terms of who I see as an enemy, then you're fired and I'll replace you with someone who will. And now essentially he can with a lot of these rulings, right? But yeah.
Now let me yeah, exactly. I agree with you, bro. I hope folks are listening. Now check this out, just to get to this cap thing again, right? And give people an idea of what we're talking about. Let's just revisit these numbers again. If you want to compare the US itself to the entire EU, EU citizens, we talking about EU Parliament, because in Europe you have state parliaments national parliaments, and then each state is also inside the EU, and they have EU representation. Now, Europeans are far more represented because they have both. They got state and they have EU representation, right? But let's just compare, let's say start off with the United States and the EU. So all EU, 450 million people, all the US, 350 million people roughly, right? Or 335, right? So the United States, if you just compare all of the EU to the United States, one House representative has 761,000 constituents. One EU representative in a bigger population has 625 constituents. So they have less people to serve. That means those people have greater representation. But if you just take the United States as a country and you go to another country, right? Compare it to some place like Germany. Here, this is something you want to check out here, right? Check this out. When you look specifically at national level representation, comparing the U.S. federal government to the national governments of Germany, France, and Denmark, the contrast becomes even sharper. The main takeaway remains the same. Citizens in Germany, France, and Denmark have vastly more direct legislative representation than the U.S. Here is exact how the numbers break down for the primary legislative bodies, the lower houses that pass federal laws, right? Now, Denmark, the country I live in as an American citizen, right? Born and raised in the United States, family goes back on both sides to the colonial period, born in Washington, D.C., Freedmen's Hospital. But that should give you an idea of the time period I was born in, because I said Freedmen's Hospital. It's changed names now for those of you that know D.C., right? Or old D.C. But as a grown ass man in my 30s, when I came to Denmark in my 30s, right? So I've been living here. Now, Denmark, the ultimate contrast. Denmark's parliament, the Folketinget, right? That's how it's pronounced in Danish, is the epitome of high representation with 179 seats for a population of just under 6 million. A Danish member of parliament represents only 33,000 people. That means your representative on a national level is easier to contact, can get around the zone better, right? Can visit their constituents, right? To see what problems they really have, analyze on a more comprehensive level what the issues are. To put that into perspective, a single Danish MP represents a group of roughly the size of a small town and a large university student body. An American representative, on the other hand, represents a population larger than an entire city of Seattle or Boston. Germany, the proportional giant. Germany's Bundestag is currently one of the largest democratic parliamentary chambers in the world, with 733 seats because of Germany's mixed member proportional voting system. Each German citizen has roughly 7 times more representation in their national parliament than an American does in Congress. So, not to go too far in this, because the numbers are all the same. Every European has vastly, at minimal, half or 2 times. At the minimum, European citizens have 2 times the amount of parliamentary representation than an American citizen has. That's minimal. When it comes to Denmark, they might have 40 times more representation as a citizen, as a voter. You need to know that as an American citizen. All right. That's a fact you need to take away and tell other people about. And first, before you tell other people about it, remember it. Write it down. It's a big fact. It has something to do with your freedom directly. It speaks to your freedom directly. It speaks to how well your taxes work for you directly. Okay. So, all right.
It would also help eliminate or at least evoke a third party within the 2-party system.
Yeah. Facts.
It's a lot easier to gain traction with a third party when you have more representation, which is why
True.
almost every other country who has an extended representation, House of Reps, has more than one party or more than two parties.
Yeah, Denmark got about 20 main parties and about 10 really moving and shaking ones, right? So they have they have a cooperative government even right now. To get stuff done, it takes 5 times the cooperation in Denmark to get things done for Danes as it does Americans, right? Because you only have 2 parties, but these 2 parties don't barely do shit for Americans. The 5 parties, moving and shaking, or 6 parties moving and shaking, working together to make a new government in Denmark, do way more for their people than the United States representatives even think of fucking even trying to do.
And this is how universal healthcare, universal education, and childcare gets passed. Like, this is how, right? When you have a 2-party system, all the 2 parties have to agree is that that's not what they want because it's not within their interest, right? If you have a larger form of representation, in order to get your vote, they have to listen. They have to benefit their constituents. So if they just go to say with their own agenda and say, no, I'm not going to advocate for that, you get replaced in 2 years.
Facts.
Right?
Yeah,
you
facts.
get replaced in 2 years.
Yep.
That's it. Every 2 years you get replaced until you find someone who's progressive enough that speaks to your district, your congressional district. Right?
You know how you're going to lose
That's why it's so important.
You know how you're going to lose an election in Europe? You know how your party's going to lose an election? By trying to take away health care, housing rights, education, and pension, people's pension. That's how you're going to lose right off the bat. Lost.
That's true.
No more for you. That party is going to, it don't matter if that's a right-wing party or a left-wing party or a centrist party. You're going to be out of there.
Yeah.
But
that makes sense. That makes sense.
But in the U.S., you will be in there. They in there talking about, I'm going to cut your pension. Vote for him. Yeah, MAGA. cut our pension. It's too many illegals getting our pension. Cut it. Like, damn. And they believe it. A trillionaire.
It is true.
The U.S. got a trillionaire out there talking about cutting people's pensions. And motherfuckers are clapping for him. Yay! Go Elon! Yeah! Doge!
Socialism sucks.
Man.
Communism sucks.
Anything Elon Musk is, they're sitting there right now writing up some laws about how what new ways? How can we cut Elon Musk? What other way can we cut his ass out of Europe? They just were sitting there every day. They have an office just for Elon Musk with about 200 people working in it, going through the law. Like, let's see, can we cut his ass? Is there anything left of Elon Musk in Europe? Anything? Because he's really only over there in the UK right now. He's trying to piss people off too. But I mean, he's already been cut. They've been cut so much. Now they're working on Palantir. They got a whole office, another 100 people just working on that all day long. How are we going to cut these motherfuckers out? And in the U.S., they're like clapping for these people. Yep. What are they doing? Spying on everybody, cutting everybody's Social Security, cutting your health care, and these people are in there fucking acting like that's a political party. That's what you got as a political party.
It's funny that you mentioned the whole spying, right? I've been learning that China has less data centers, but is more efficient in AI.
They are.
And they're saying that the reason that we have more data centers is because we're using our AI to hold a lot of personal data on Americans, right? On Americans, so they can be able to influence Americans a lot easier in general, right? Which is scary to think, right? But China has a fraction of the amount of data centers that we have, but
they have a lot more people. They got a lot more people. So yeah.
But think about it. Wouldn't you think that with more people comes more data centers? But that's not true.
Yeah. Well, I think that what you were saying is likely very true, right? But it doesn't mean that they're not, oppressive in other ways like that. I think a lot of their cameras, they have this camera stuff where they keep information on people and on your criminal record.
They're spying, right? They're spying on their citizens for sure.
Yeah, but I think
they're the leaders when it comes to that.
But I think it's more so in major cities and towns, where they're using this information like that where it's bustling. You know what I mean? Not necessarily everywhere across in every.
Yes.
Don't quote me though, but in any case,
sure.
it does
they
make sense.
Are spying to an extent, but what we're doing here is collecting and that data and manipulating our people with said data.
Yeah, because
they're more about suppression.
Yeah, because if China attempted to do that, to use their AI for that, obviously it would overload because they have way more people, right? And the U.S., you have to ask yourself, if China has way more people, how are they able to use the AI more efficiently than we do? What are we doing that's different, right? And that makes sense. Maybe we're just spying on way more people than proportionately China does. You see what I mean? And so but me myself, I don't even think you need China in the equation for Americans, an intelligent American, to understand you are in fucking trouble. Like, you are the lowest of the low in the Western world. You have less freedom. You have less rights. Your taxes work less for you. You are in trouble. It has nothing to do with political parties anymore. None of them are changing that trouble. If they're not talking about your representative right or your ability, how represented you are in Parliament compared to Europe, then they're not fighting for you. If they're not talking about how much of your tax dollars go towards things that directly affect your life versus Europe, because as soon as you leave the U.S., 60% of people's tax dollars directly affect their lives, and opposed to in the U.S., 45% at best. If they're not talking about that, it doesn't matter what party they are, they're not fighting for you. You see, if they're not explaining to you, saying that every other Western capitalistic country has universal health care and universal education or higher education, they're not fighting for you. If they're not telling you that every other Western country, capitalistic country has childcare, affordable childcare or supplemental childcare guaranteed, they're not fighting for you. It shouldn't matter what the name of their party is. It shouldn't matter. I don't know why anyone would want to get less out of their money, because you pay damn near the same as the taxes. The average person in the U.S., middle class and poor, you pay the same damn taxes as what they pay in Denmark for that tax bracket. They just pay a little bit more, but what do they get for that little bit more in that tax bracket? They get way more than that little bit accounts for that they pay. You see what I'm saying? So don't let these people lie to you, man. Don't let these people lie to you. And I'm gonna tell you, if I move back to the United States, it would be taking a foot. It would be like going back 100 fucking years. You know what I'm saying? For me, it would be like going back into the Stone Ages, damn near. Like, I'm just telling you, look at what I get for my taxes here. Look at what I don't get there. Look at what I get overall in my life, how my life goes and works every day I leave the door, what my rights are every day I leave the door, and then look at what they will be as soon as I show up in the United States of America, my home country. That will be going backwards. I ain't got time for that. You can do that. You can live on the wild side.
For many people right now, that's why people are voting for Democratic Socialists, because they want government to look out for them again. They want affordable housing. They want to have groceries that they can afford. And I keep thinking about like that old expression that's like, capitalism, only a few can be rich. Communism, nobody can be rich. And democratic socialism is anyone can be rich, but no one should be poor. And I think that's what they're trying to go for here. And I think that's what we should be looking at, because they're really modeling themselves after the Nordic countries, Denmark, Sweden, those kind of places that have the highest ranked, happiest country and citizens in the world. And I think there's a lot of young Americans particularly that are like, this doesn't work for me at all.
Let's hear that again.
Is
Who are they modeling their model after? The democratic socialists? Who are they modeling their policies after?
That they can afford. And I keep thinking about like that old expression that's like, capitalism, only a few can be rich. Communism, nobody can be rich. And democratic socialism is anyone can be rich, but no one should be poor. And I think that's what they're trying to go for here. And I think that's what we should be looking at, because they're really modeling themselves after the Nordic countries, Denmark, Sweden, those kind of places that have the highest.
The Nordic countries. That's what they're modeling themselves after. And the Nordic countries are doing quite well. Especially regarding quality of life.
I think that's what they're trying to go for here. And I think that's what we should be looking at, because they're really modeling themselves after the Nordic countries, Denmark, Sweden, those kind of places that have the highest ranked, happiest country and citizens in the world. And I think there's a lot of young Americans particularly that are like, this doesn't work for me at all. I have a worse quality of living than my parents ever did. We are the first generation that are like that. What can we do differently? And this is what we could do differently.
Let me play what AOC said just tonight about this new line from the Republicans. Listen.
The one thing that we know is that the Republican Party's brand is fear. And they have to constantly churn what they want people to be afraid of. To be afraid of socialists, to be afraid of immigrants, to be afraid of women, to be afraid of. They constantly want Americans in fear of somebody. Because if you are not afraid of someone who is your neighbor, you're going to realize who's actually pickpocketing you.
Look,
Facts.
7% of people who could vote in those congressional races voted. Wrap your brain around that. 93% of people who are eligible to vote did not vote. So saying that the message is resonating or it's not resonating, what's resonating is people aren't voting. People don't care. There is now you could do early voting, right? I voted early because my son was playing baseball on the baseball field on Saturday, and I looked, oh wow, I could.
All right, so check this out. I got some pushback for that. Look at who voted in the last presidential election. The biggest number of people in the presidential election is the number of people that didn't vote. More people didn't vote for anybody than people who voted for Trump, and people, or if you want to say Kamala Harris, yes. So the majority would be the people who didn't vote. You see, if you're talking about people that didn't vote or how many voted for Trump. And the same thing, if you want to talk about people who didn't vote and then compare that number to how many didn't vote for Kamala Harris. So, but here's the question. He's saying people didn't vote. It's even worse, right? So only 7%. Okay, but why didn't they? Why didn't they vote? What makes people not vote? Is it because politicians haven't done enough for them in any time that they've been alive? Is that why they don't vote? Why did 80 million, almost 90 million people not vote in the presidential election? Is because they think the Democrats and the Republican parties are full of shit? Is that why? So, the United States has the least amount of voters by percentage of person than any other Western nation, period. So you see how he didn't tell you that? You see how he conveniently left out that little doozy? You know what I mean? But he wants to use those numbers against the Democratic Socialists who've been more effective in just a couple of months, right? In half a year or whatever, right? Than any party in its history, right? He's neglecting to tell you that Americans don't believe in their political parties. That's why they're not voting. Period. It's not just in this election. They vote lower than any other people in any other Western capitalistic country. Period. Do you want me to pull up the data? Simple, because I've already done it here before numerous times. That's why we know the data off the top of our head, because we've been pulling this shit up time and time and time and time again. You know what I mean? It's not going to be any different this time around with the data. It's that bad in the United States. Politicians have left the American people behind while the American people are paying the politicians' motherfucking house note. Goddamn kids' private school, motherfucking dental fees, fucking health care that they don't even have the nerve to want their own citizens having. Like, that's what's going on in the U.S. And they like it that way. Don't vote. That's exactly how they like it.
The reason why, because they know that they can appeal to a certain Democrat. And those two Democrats, well, on the right, tends to be the uneducated who make it their duty to vote in person for who they like, and then the upper middle class and upper class, never the working class, right? Because the working class is working for jobs. The working class can't get off just to vote for midterms when it's not a national holiday, right? And so that's why they tend to put up these policies that aren't reflective of the working class, right? Because they know who their voting base is. And it is either someone who's going to believe in rhetoric, who's a low income individual, most likely not the most educated, or the educated libertarian who knows that these policies will disproportionately help them gain and continue to gain their wealth. Right? It's never really the working class, and that's why a lot of Americans feel disenfranchised, and it's by design. It's literally by design.
Yeah, it's
why we have a two-party system, which is why we have a cap on the House, and it's why we continuously see the same politicians over and over, just carbon copies of each other. And it's also the reason for the rise in the DSA movement, right?
Exactly.
Which has both parties alarmed. Both parties are alarmed.
Look,
the same Democratic Party versus the same Republican Party, who are scared of a movement like the DSA. But go ahead, B.
And you know what's so funny? They're so scared of them. Well, and it occurred to me that how you handle the DSA, how you get rid of them, is just by doing the shit that they want to do.
Exactly.
That's how you get rid of them. Get people some motherfucking housing insurance. Get people some motherfucking actual health care. Get people some access to motherfucking education. That would dissolve the whole party. That would destroy the DSA.
Well, it'll quiet it down, right? So the nearest party to that,
but they don't want it destroyed.
The working family party, right? The working family party has a few candidates that have been primarily active in the Democratic Party, but they're not as progressive as the DSA. They're not as transparent as the DSA. When you look at the working family party, a lot of them are represented or backed by Democratic millionaires, right? Multi-millionaires, right? And billionaires. Why? Because they know that they'll get enough buy-in, but they're not as progressive and as transparent and as transformative as the DSA, right? That's the Democratic Party's
They don't want to work as hard.
Response.
They don't want to work as hard as Mondami.
The working families party.
Yeah.
It's not to say it's not progressive.
Yeah.
It's just not as progressive as the DSA.
Look,
even though they've ran plenty of candidates under the working families party, they have not been as successful and as vastly successful as the DSA movement.
Right.
Go ahead, B.
Yeah, and let's be honest. These people are used to getting their paycheck for doing less. That's just what it is. Who wants to work as much as Mondani? None of them. Goddamn Mayor Adams, Eric Adams definitely don't want to. See, this is really what the problem is. They don't like Mamdani. It's not because of what he's talking about. Because look, healthcare, education, childcare, that's not new conversation in the U.S. People have been talking about this shit since Roosevelt. Goddamn, come on. You've had plenty of presidents and political parties working on this. These are staples in Western democracies, period. Right? I just think the problem with Mamdani is he's too effective, wakes up every day early, goes outside, goes to the people, visits his constituents, he listens to them, right? It balances
He's charismatic as well.
Balances the budget, right? Balances the budget, talks to the media openly, regularly, not like this is what you get out of some of your people right here. Look at this.
Justice Thomas, can we ask who you were meeting with today?
What'd you say?
Can we ask who you were meeting with this afternoon?
What'd you say?
Who were you meeting with this
Oh,
afternoon?
nobody.
You weren't meeting with the speaker. You were in.
Oh God, no.
So what are you doing up here?
Oh, just walking.
No meetings in particular.
I'm going to tell you about.
Tomorrow's going to be a big day at the court, huh? Final day of decisions.
Oh, I guess so.
You want to give us a sneak peek of some of the decisions?
Nope.
But you can't tell us why you're up here today. Who you're meeting with?
You see,
don't allow.
He did the exact opposite of what Mom Donnie is doing, and this is what a lot of these goddamn the people they elect for the Congress and the Senate do too. Don't got any answers. Don't want to talk to the media. Always keep a closed little circle. I mean, this is what you got. And Mom Donnie is never running from a camera. He's not running from Fox News. He's not running from CNN. He's not running from MSNBC. He's not running from Newsweek. He's not running from people on the street with their cameras. He's not running. He's actually there. He's outside. And I think that is the beginning of the end, because the more that American people taste someone that is accessible, a representative that is at the bare minimum, forget how good they are, at the bare minimum accessible to you, they're going to start expecting the same thing out of the rest of their representatives and politicians. And I think that's what's at the root of this right here. It's behavior. You know, how much he goes out is not even what he believes in, bro. These motherfuckers want to hide and get your paycheck. Why they're getting your paycheck? Why they're getting your hard-earned tax dollars, while they're getting health care they don't even want you to fucking have. They're hiding from you professionally.
And you know where they hide? They hide in Washington, D.C.
They hide in D.C., right?
They're not even in your district. They're not even your congressional district. They get elected and move to D.C. and
bye-bye.
Get acquainted with the establishment, the established Dems and the established Republicans, and get right along with the agenda so they can continue to make maximum amount on top of the $200,000 a year salary that they make with health care and a pension provided if they right. So
just think about this. Think about this. Kamala Harris, she didn't even want what Mondami had. She didn't even want what he did with childcare. She wasn't even saying that, right? She wasn't even saying that about. She wasn't even saying that about housing. No, but you know what they did? They didn't like her anyway because she dared suggest you do a little bit more, just a little bit than the status quo, and they ran. Get somebody else. She's a communist. Oh my God, country gonna be explode. Country gonna explode. You know, they fucking tripped out on Kamala Harris because she dare suggested that you just give them an eensy weensy teensy beatsy more than what they're getting. the APAC teensy weensy healthcare, childcare, elder care, eeny beeny. And they just like, nope, sorry, we can't do that. We don't want that. And that's really what it is. They really expect that they're going to be legacy politicians, that they can get your tax dollars forever and do nothing. And they got American people so tricked into it, they damn near can't even see it. They damn near can't even see it, man. The right wing would just continue. The poor white middle class Americans would just continue to give these people do you know how long some of these fucking representatives have been in power? I guarantee you the oldest ones are in the red states. Who are the oldest ones, bro? I mean, these motherfuckers get old in the right wing, bro. They look, who was the oldest dude? He was a bigot too. What was his name? Old fucking dude, man.
Well, you have Mitch McConnell's one of the oldest ones.
No,
but he's barely coherent.
Yeah, but they had one dude that was like 90 something. Remember he died? The bigot dude? The dude who changed, he was the KKK and then he changed. His ass was old as fuck, bro. How many years?
But that's the norm, right?
How many years he get that taxpayer money? What did he give those people? Nothing. Look, Mitch McConnell, what did he give his constituents? MAGA Mike Johnson, what the fuck does he give people in Louisiana? Nothing. Nothing. Like, but he gets everything from these people. Blind fucking loyalty. MAGA needs to have they need to have their own version of democratic socialist. You know, they need to have the MAGA socialist. Yeah. MAGA democratic socialist, whatever you want to fucking call it. Just make sure, forget what you call it. Make sure it's just it's addressing the fact that why does this representative get something I don't get from my tax dollars? Make your policy be just based on that. You don't get nothing I don't get. If your kids go to private school with my tax dollars, my kids are going to go to private school too with those tax dollars. If you have health care and can afford it with my tax dollars paying you your salary, I and everyone else that's paying you must have it. How about we just keep it like that? Everybody gets what they get. How about that? You see, of course, that's not realistic because everybody's not going to get $200,000 check a year with your tax dollars. But can't you get an eeny weensy teensy beansy? God damn. These people are fucking taking all your money to the extent that they can get paid $200,000 for giving you nothing. Nothing. And if you don't let them know that you know that, they're going to continue to take full goddamn advantage of you and your kids. And the moment somebody takes advantage, if you're a man, the moment somebody's taking advantage of your kids and your goddamn spouse, man, you ain't no man no more, bro. You ain't no man no more. Like, I don't know what's up with that. Like, now I'm not being gender biased or anything, but just, you know, also, let's keep it real. The women are fighting. The women on the left and the blue women are fighting for our goddamn rights. Give it up for the ladies in the blue. Big up to you, blue people. Blue gays too. They fighting for their tax dollars, bro. The women. Everybody in the blue is fighting, but maybe the men need to step up a little bit more too. But I'm not dissing the men. Look at Mondami, he stepped up. But in the red, they not stepping up for their families at all, bro. They not stepping up for their kids at all. Period. They're on the extinction list. They're on the extinction list. They're gonna be like dinosaurs in America soon. You know, they're talking about somebody replacing them. They're replacing themselves. They're giving their life, sweat, and blood to these politicians for nothing. Nothing in return. All that money going to Elon Musk. Elon Musk going to end up owning Texas. You think he's going to be the new cattle rancher and the new oil exec. It's going to happen. You know, he's got plans for Texas. He got plans for all them southern states, you know, those red states. They got plans because you won't be able to own any property. You won't be able to afford it. It's all going to get mortgaged. All those farms are being mortgaged right now. Fucking farms across America, they're losing their goddamn mortgages. They're being bought up by goddamn corporations. Like, you know, the clock is ticking. The clock is ticking. And, yeah, big up to those that know. Big up to those that's doing something about it. Big up to those that's standing for their rights. And big up to those that's not being silent. Big up to those that are out there in the streets risking their lives, dealing with this hostile, totalitarian government. These goddamn people, fucking motherfuckers dressed up in uniforms and guns towards their own people. You are all fucking cowards. You betray your own fucking country. Like, we know who the sellouts are. Doing it for a little bitch ass check too. Couldn't get a check any other way.
Yep.
Yeah. Couldn't get a check any other way, huh? Pathetic. Pathetic. You know, out there policing old ladies and shit.
The largest individual buyer of farmland is Bill Gates.
Yeah. Bill Gates gonna own all that shit. You know, Elon Musk is next. They follow the same pattern, no?
Yes,
I mean, that's nothing new. Bill Gates was in there talking to Jeffrey Epstein, planning this shit. Yeah, I'm about to buy all these farms up.
Eventually, right? Eventually, what the furtherance of extreme capitalism dictates is that the oligarchs or the richest individuals own the farmlands and then rent it to the farmers.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's what they want. Sharecropping.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to be sharecropping in America, man. That's what I said, man. You know, Americans are like 1 foot off the slave plantation, 1 foot off of the indentured servant job and shit. Now they want to go back into it. And you know, hey, that's what you want to do. Ain't going to be me, though. You can bring that ass back there if you want. No, I ain't going for it. Let's see here. Now, let me flip over to the other list here. We got a few other things popping off. 2 seconds. Fucking Django over here. Or Django's arch enemy to the right. Django's nemesis, Clarence Thomas. What the hell? You know, look at him, all proper and shit. Happy to, yes, sir. Oh, no, sir. Everything's quite fine, sir. Ho, 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 ho.
Justice Thomas, can we ask you your meeting?
And anyone who says difference, like we said, you know, in the previous live, I had already highlighted the fact that he's taken lavish trips from Republican billionaires who have sent him across the country in super yachts and private jets, all which was gone unreported until investigative journalism highlighted it and forced these stories out. It only goes to show how compromised someone like Clarence Thomas. And remember, Clarence Thomas is a Supreme Court, the highest court in the country. This is someone who serves a life term. That's another policy we need to enact. Aside from uncapping the House, we need to have term limits on the Supreme Court. Justices, no one should ever serve indefinitely.
True.
Ever.
Yep.
Ever.
Yeah, man. Them
Right?
days got to be over.
Notice the Republicans, you know, the Bushes and the Trumps of the world, which I will give them credit when they chose and selected their Supreme Court justices, their Supreme Court justices tend to be a lot younger, right? They're a lot younger.
Yeah.
With the exceptions of the Clarence Thomases of the world, a lot of them are a lot younger. So they, you know, this current Supreme Court is going to be in office for quite some time.
Yeah.
Right, that is going to be a conservative or Republican. Ideally, they say they're not party affiliated, but really their decisions are showing that.
Yeah, but if 2 of them ain't impeached, you don't have a country anymore. If 2 of them are not impeached, it's over. You know, because you can't have Thomas doing all this corrupt shit. And who's the other one that accepted all these gifts? And their kids, their spouses accepted gifts yo, don't you understand that? A person who is accepting gifts is they're basically selling out the American people when they do that. That means every taxpayer, they're selling you out. Every citizen, they're selling you out when they accept these gifts. And we're not talking about little bit of gifts. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of millions. You know, gifts to, I mean, Clarence Thomas is the perfect example. He might be the worst, but it's really bad with him. And people, for some reason, I don't understand it myself, because when I work with people and I have relationships with people, one thing I definitely do is I hold them accountable. We have to be accountable to each other in everything that we do. Otherwise, I can't have nothing to do with you, because you will suck and bring me down if you are also not accountable. It would be a waste of a relationship. It's one-sided. And you got to understand, your relationship with the U.S. government right now is one-sided. And Clarence Thomas is the perfect example of it. He's getting gifts, and he needs your motherfucking tax dollars. And he's getting gifts. People buying his damn mama a house and more.
Yeah.
People paying for his nephew's goddamn college and more and more. Why are you even paying him a salary? Why are you even paying any of these people a salary, man? Because they're in on the fix, yo. They're loading their pockets up. Inside trade, inside deals. goddamn, what is this money? Like lobby money. Like, yo, like seriously, when is enough going to be enough? When you're going to get tired of being last? That's pathetic. That is pathetic, yo. That's like, nobody can help you. No one can help you if you can't help yourself. Nobody can help you if you accept treatment like that from people. Like, and
I mean, it's pathetic, and it shows a lack of character that when you can't call out that, stand on those principles, and also galvanize the people around you by pointing and highlighting it on an everyday basis. When we speak on even something on decisions that get passed or have been passed by this current Supreme Court,
yeah,
right? And even with obviously them advocating for birthright citizenship, they gave us, technically, if you heard the arguments and got into the finer nuanced details of it, the reasons why some of these Republican or conservative judges sided with birthright citizenship, the meaning behind it isn't even progressive at all, right?
Yeah.
They're justifying it by, using old dictionaries at that time to define what, it means to be a citizen, and just recontextualizing it, because they understand fundamentally, if you got rid of birthright citizenship, our economy would crumble.
It would crumble.
It would crumble.
That's what I'm saying. They're so good at using racism to blind people. Our economy would crumble if that was to go through. And let me tell you something. That's exactly why they voted against it. But they don't want you to know that. They know that if they did that, it's over for them too. You got to understand that. They know that. Like, and so there's a step too far that they weren't willing to go. But anything else that Trump wants to rob your ass, he's going to give them. Anything else to keep you from benefiting from your tax dollars, they will help these oligarchs with. But that was just a step too far. And it wasn't because they're not bigots. It's not because they're not bigots. If they could find a way to do it and not have the U.S. economy crumble, they would do it.
Yeah.
But it's just not possible.
Right?
Yeah. So
one of their other rulings, they technically just lifted the cap on political spending. Right? So we're about to see
unlimited
millions. This is going to be the most expensive midterm ever in American history.
Yeah.
They are going to spend millions upon millions of dollars within each state, within each district, just to make these politicians and reps available and presentable. Right? They're going to make them, they're going to expose them and just have them so visible that we won't even be able to turn off an ad while we're watching this YouTube channel. You rewatch this YouTube channel.
But they're so stupid, bro. You're going to see bots.
Ads.
It's going to be bots everywhere in this YouTube channel. Yeah, it's going to be ads. If you watching this program, it's going to be ads for Trump all up in this shit. You're going to be watching my program and shit, and all of a sudden see a MAGA fucking commercial and shit talking about Mom Donnie.
Candidate being promoted,
Did you know Mom Donnie hated the Jews and said something about Israel in 19? So it's going to be like a dark voice. In 2008, Mom Donnie said something about Netanyahu that is unforgivable. It's going to be like, what the fuck? You're going to be like, damn, where'd they find this? It's going to be 3D fucking Uncle Sam, goddamn giants walking around and shit in their commercials, like kicking over liberal statues and shit. But it's going to be overkill. It's not going to work on the people, man. The people are fucking tired. You're not going to get them with a goddamn commercial. People have had enough. They're going broke. you ain't, at some point the lies just
I can hope so. I can hope so, because this with that being ruled on in the Supreme Court, that's because they.
But
They
listen,
said that's a
bro.
limit on freedom of speech.
Yeah, but they.
Apparently, that's a limit on freedom of speech.
Yeah, but they already really been doing it, man. They already really been doing.
Well, they doing it more through PAC money and things of that nature. But now, as an individual party, you can spend as much on a candidate that you want to, right? So if you really want to push for a candidate to be most visible in some of the most important populated states,
Yeah, that's
now
true.
they're going to spend millions of dollars
Yeah, that's
to
where it's.
advertise that person.
Yeah, that's where it's
You're
going to
going to
work.
start seeing random politicians you've
Yeah.
never heard of.
Yeah, they did this for the
Right, who
midterms.
came from the smallest
Yeah,
districts,
yeah,
who are now
yeah.
going to be so visible.
It's true.
Even if you dislike them, you will know their name. You
Yeah.
will know their name.
Yeah, it's the midterms.
Right?
They're scared of the midterms. But listen, don't you think Democrat socialists are good at they already know that system? Like they're going door to door, and you can't
Well,
just
yes.
right? Am I getting somewhere with
But-
that? I mean, yeah. Let's
No,
talk
no,
about that.
Definitely. I completely agree with that, right? Like Democratic socialists are very transparent and visible, but with this Supreme Court ruling,
Yeah.
you won't know directly your constituent, but now you can hire a team of individuals who get paid minimum wage to go into any of these districts that they're running in, door by door, knocking and leaving pamphlets and just talking about these candidates, even if it's not that candidate in front of you who's as visible, right? I do think there's a certain level of charisma that comes with being visible in person, right? And being more tangible and being able to speak to that individual directly. I do agree that that's where the DSA movement has an advantage.
All right.
But with money, you can disguise yourself as being everywhere and anywhere at the same time just by being visible, right? You'll hear an ad, and then an hour later, you'll have someone knocking on your door, giving you a pamphlet for that same individual who's running in the midterm.
Yeah,
Right? Like that's what uncapping and having unlimited spend. And that's they obviously have a certain amount of funds,
Yeah.
but within those funds, if whoever they're choosing to push, they have now that liberty to spend as much as they want, right? And you can imagine, let's just use, a mildly populated, district. $1 million, $2 million, $3 million goes a long way when the prior person who they were pushing only had 200,000 behind them,
Right.
in
Yeah.
ads and just visibility. Now $1 million is gonna, everyone in that smaller or mid-level size district is going to know this person. Whether it leads to votes or not, we'll figure that out, right? We're gonna see how this affects the midterms. But I
Yeah.
do think that now it
I hear
gives, and again, it doesn't mean that Republicans have a bit more spending power, but the same side will be the Democrats will do the same. Right, and they'll
Well,
try
you know
to
what
drown out
you know what I
the
think.
DSA candidates.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
think that's what it. No, I think both of them are going to try to do that. That's the game plan.
Oh yeah,
you
they
know?
definitely will.
Like,
They both will
just
play
try
the
to
game,
drown
right?
everybody
Republicans
else
have
out.
a bit more money to do it.
Yeah. But I think this is the thing. That's a short-term solution. If they don't provide for the people, it's just going to backfire again the next time, because the next election, because people want shit. They don't want to be talked to. They want results. People want results. And once you have Mondami giving results, they can spend all the money they want. This man is going to be giving results. Everyone's going to watch New Yorkers get results while they try to spend money to not have results, to try to prove Mondami wrong or prove that you shouldn't do it that way, while he's provided balancing the budget, providing results. People all over the country will have to watch NYC's progression. So I think inherently this kind of approach is weak. It's just not good enough, man. This might be the last time where they even have the chance to even spend this kind of money, because it's just going to be a fucking waste. You could spend all kinds of money. You got to live with Mamdani now. How many years is Mamdani going to be the mayor of New York?
He's going to be here for 4 years, so another 3 years and a half, pretty much.
So he'll be there after the next president is elected. So he'll still be mayor.
Correct.
Right. So there's going to be a shining example of what you could have voted for.
We already have certain conservatives trying to challenge him or put their hat in the arena as his opponent for the next mayoral race, even though it doesn't, it doesn't start for another 3.5 years.
Yeah, they worried.
Imagine that. That's how threatened. Yeah, that's how worried they are.
Yeah.
That's how relevant he is. Right.
Yeah.
That these individuals have to fearmonger to a point that they're announcing or potentially announcing their election plan 3.5 years ahead of time to make themselves just known against someone who's overwhelmingly popular.
Right.
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 And what I do think and know is that
you can't fake it, though.
You not only have to compete. Yeah, you cannot fake it. You're going to have to compete.
Yeah, man.
With the policies that have been passed already. Right. And if they're effective, it doesn't matter when you want to run or how much you spend on that campaign. You're going to fail regardless. Right? You're going to fail regardless.
I think so.
And I do think that, a lot of other factors have played into his popularity, including, sports teams like the Knicks winning. It's only made New York even more highlighted on a national level.
Yep.
Right? Where it's, this is only,
it's good karma, bro. It's good karma.
Exactly. Right?
It's good karma.
Yeah. It just worked out that way. It just 53 years, we haven't won a championship here in New York. And for it to happen in Mamdani's tenure,
the team was feeling it.
Exactly.
The team was feeling the mission right now with the rest of the state. With the momentum on the basketball team was due to the momentum in the city with the people and the politics. Everybody was on it, And they knew it was their time. They knew they were the upsetters. They was going to upset the whole game. New York, the Knicks upset the whole rig. I mean, New York has upset the rigged system. The system that's rigged against America, New York has upset it. And I think they know that, They know that. And and there's just nothing you could do about it because New Yorkers are very proud of New Yorkers. They're very proud of themselves. And they already know who let them down before. They already know who talked them to death and didn't do anything. And it's not a Republican or Democrat thing. They all did. They already had a billionaire. He let them down. They already had, they had the black guy. They had two of them. Maybe one worse than the other, though. One worse than the other.
You're hitting
right.
the nail on the head, right? We had a billionaire mayor for several years, right? For 2 terms, right? For 8 years, we had Eric Adams.
They had the Jew.
Years, right?
They had the Jew. They had the Irish. I don't know. They had them all. De Blasio. Exactly.
Well, we have De Blasio.
They had the Italian.
Really progressive. He was ahead of his time. De Blasio was well ahead of his time. He started a lot of affordable housing initiatives well before affordable housing was a thing, And because of a lot of New Yorkers getting caught up in the socialist communist rhetoric, he ended up getting replaced by Adams, who is proven to be corrupted. Right?
Totally
a former
corrupt.
cop. This man was a former officer, a retired police officer. Right? He rose in rank throughout the NYPD. And what a coincidence. He just so happens to be one of the most modern corrupt mayors we've had in quite some time.
Yeah.
Right?
Got Trump helping his
when
ass.
We look at all that. I couldn't even tell you who's
a Democrat who Trump
Ohio.
likes. A Democrat who Trump likes.
Right? Oh, yeah. Trump
strange.
Loved him. Trump loved him enough to
How'd
drop
that
his
happen?
case in the DOJ, right?
That shit is
Trump
crazy,
dropped his
man.
case. He had a corruption case that he was seeing up to 20 years in prison, and Trump's DOJ stepped in and dropped the case just so he could be able to run against Mamdani in this mayoral race.
And that flopped.
So that goes to
that
show.
flopped. See, that's what I was trying to say.
Flopped.
That's what I'm saying. They pull all the levers. It doesn't mean it's going to work. Because the whole time, no matter what they do in this midterm, Mamdani's going to be the president until after the next president comes into office. So the whole midterms and the whole next presidential election, you'll have to be watching Mamdani have victories in New York. He's a reminder to everyone else of which direction you sure you want to go in that direction again? The whole time. So
Yeah,
and if they want to beat it, if they want to beat it, they got to come outside and go to work.
Yeah,
The actual candidate. Yeah, the actual candidate.
Right?
You know. Yeah.
Like I can't tell you who's the mayor in Miami, right? Like I can't tell you who's the mayor in a lot of major cities.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? But the nation knows who Mamdani is, right? And that is by design. That is by hard work, visibility, transparency, and policy. Mainly policy.
Right.
Right? At first, they were worried just off rhetoric, but now that he's been active in promoting what he ran on, now they're scared. Now
Right.
they are scared, right? When that came into fruition in terms of the candidates that the DSA candidates that he promoted and endorsed, that won these elections overwhelmingly,
Yeah.
and now will be reps, right? Congressional reps. Now the Democratic Party is paying attention. Now the President of the United States is paying even more attention. Now the Republican Party is paying attention to the DSA movement and Mamdani, right?
Yeah.
So it does go to show that being visible, being transparent, and running on policy and not just rhetoric gets you a long way, because Americans are tired of, electing officials who don't follow through, electing officials who aren't transparent, electing officials who don't have your best interest involved. And 4 years, 8 years later, you now are more disenfranchised, more angry, and have less belief in your political system and voting, right? Voting power overall.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I feel you, bro. You're right. I saw somebody in the chat. They don't understand the U.S. economy, how it works. They want to know how it would crash the economy. Look, a lot of people pay into the federal budget. That federal budget upholds a lot of people too, right? But in any case, look, multi-trillion-dollar. They have studies on this. Comprehensive joint study by researchers at Princeton, Cornell, and Notre Dame analyze the exact fiscal impact of birthright citizenship. They calculate that individuals who benefit from birthright citizenship, including those already working, and future generations, are projected to contribute $7.7 trillion to the U.S. economy between 1975 and 2074. Through their income, spending, and taxes, banning it would strip a massive portion of that future wealth out of the GDP. So the U.S. GDP would shrink, first of all. I hope you realize that. And that's not good. And there's a lot of other reasons why you don't want to just simply go in that direction. It might sound cool and sound like a quick fix. Yeah, get rid of the immigrants. But just keep in mind, Trump already said he closed the border. And did you get a raise? Did that create more jobs closing the border? You should have saw more jobs go up immediately if the border was closed. Is he kicking out people?
The main staple of an economy is population. That is one of the main
our population would shrink.
Economics
exactly
101, right?
Yeah.
You have more workers, these companies can expand, you have more tax paying dollars, right? You have higher GDP than last year, as long as you have a growing population, which gives the Chinas of the world an advantage, right? The next growing country with the highest population is India, right? With the second highest population. And then you have places like Brazil as well that just have a higher birth rate and a higher population, which leads to more development in infrastructure, companies, and overall revenue, right? For a country as a whole. If you were running a business, your business expands. Guess what you need? More workers. And that's essentially how you would run an economy. Just on the most basic level, you need population growth, whether that's through immigration or increased birth rates. And this administration wants it to be through birth, right? But you can't have a stable economy that is unaffordable and expect constituents to just pop out kids. And those kids now have to wait 18 plus years before they can effectively.
They don't have childcare, bro.
The working market, right?
Exactly? They don't have childcare.
18 years old, right?
Yeah. Yes. How you going to push how are American citizens going to push keep the population? I mean, obviously, people don't really look into this, but you would create a permanent underclass in the United States if they did that. They know this. You got to understand this. You have to think very clearly. There's 6 Republican judges on the Supreme Court, and they sided against Trump. And they've been doing everything else pretty much that Trump asked for. You have to ask yourself, why wouldn't they do this? Do you really think these bigoted ass judges, do you really think goddamn Clarence Thomas gives a fuck about any immigrants? Do you think that? Look, it's not him. He voted for it, by the way. But it's just an example. If they could, those others, it was like what? It was 2 conservatives that flipped. And even those 2 conservatives, if it wasn't so disastrous, they would have done it. They would have done it, you know. But it is that disastrous. It's the economy of the U.S. would go down. The GDP would go down. And services, all types of things would go down. You know, you would be affected greatly by this, you know. And but it's another show. I don't want to spend too much time on this because that's a show in itself. If you asking the question, how would it do it? Then you're asking for a show because it is reports, huge reports that you need to go through. We're just mentioning that to you. You should go out and read some of those reports. As a matter of fact, here, Cato Institute, right? You can start off there. Go to the Cato Institute. Let me put some links in the chat here for people. That's what I'll do right now because I want to get to some other news and then we're going to be out of here. It's almost like 10 more minutes. It will be like 3 hours. So let me put some links in the chat. People can check them out if they like to. Here we go. Let me go back here. See what else here. Cato Institute. Here we go. And again, you don't have to take my advice for it. You know, I'm not asking people to do that. Like I said, I have my health care. What the fuck? I got my 5 weeks vacation. You ain't got to listen to me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I live outside of the U.S., so I don't really have a benefit in lying about this. Yeah, I'm not working for a political party. Nobody pays me to do this. I'm just doing it because I'm a fellow American and I care about Americans. That's it. You don't have to trust me. I understand how that works sometimes. Don't trust me, but at least go out there and check the information out yourself. How about that? Let me see here. Creation of a permanent underclass. Yeah, let's see here. 2. I'm going to throw this in there. There's many sources you can go to. Check all 3 of these sources out. If you feel like you're in a reading mood. Here we go. So, you want to say something else on that? Because I want to get on to the next. Let's get to some more of this news real quick.
I think, that there's a lot more, we can have a show, in the future, what that vastly entails, and go behind the economics aside from, and leaving, obviously, people's racial bias and racial nationalism aside and get to the reasons why birthright citizen not only would have this, this country crumble, why it would be non-beneficial overall, right? There's a plethora of, topics we can hit and, touching points that we can talk on. And with, facts based, right? This is all free information. We're just kind of sourcing it together and putting it in a cohesive manner. But nonetheless, you can, you're more than welcome that if you don't believe this, go look it up yourself. You won't find, it doesn't free up jobs. A lot of people assume that it would free up jobs. The issue is not freeing up jobs. Right? It's just not. It's getting
silly,
jobs
man.
to pay you a living wage.
Yeah, it's silly. You don't want the jobs a lot of the people getting kicked out had.
Yes.
It's you. What the fuck? You trying to be a nanny?
You don't want to take care of your
for less money?
elderly, right?
Yeah. You want to take care
nanny,
of elderly?
Right? Like, there you go.
You want to cut grass?
Do you want to clean homes for cheap? Yeah. You want to cut grass?
For cheap? Yeah. I mean, there might be a small percentage.
You want to be an underpaid roofer?
I know what it is. They think those are great businesses. Like a lot of those people think, you know what I'll do? I'll have a cleaning company and I'll hire some more people. No, because these people are doing it for dirt cheap. The people that were doing it, that you kick it out, are doing it for cheaper than you would even do it for. You wouldn't even.
You wouldn't even. What you can hire someone for, right?
You're not going to get rich on those jobs, right? That's the thing about it. And
these companies' profit margin will never be messed with, right? And that decline in population would mean decline in jobs. They don't keep those jobs available if they're not getting the same revenue. More people equals more revenue. I'll leave it at that, and we can move forward.
Okay. Because that's another topic we can come back on anyway and do more time on. All right, let's see what else is going on in the news here. Apparently, there's a lot of crazy shit, so let's peep it. Here we go. Midas Touch. What's going on?
Republican Congress member Mike Lawler tried to pull a cruel stunt during a congressional hearing where he tried to demean the legacy of Alex Pretty and Renee Nicole Good. Now, Democratic Congress member Jamie Raskin wasn't having it, so Congress member Raskin told MAGA Republican Congress member Lawler to shut it. Lawler then started to yell at Congress member Raskin, and Raskin wasn't having it, and Raskin put Lawler in his place. A fight broke out in this congressional hearing. Let me show you what went down. Here, play this clip.
In this country.
I do feel that outrage.
You do not.
Do you?
Because if you did,
Do
you would not support
Do you
sanctuary
feel the
jurisdiction.
outrage about Alex
You should be
Pretty and
ashamed
Renee
of
Good?
yourself.
You should be
ashamed
You don't
of
belong
yourself,
in this committee.
Jamie.
You should get the hell
You're
out of
a
here.
disgrace.
You don't understand the
You're
rules
a
of the committee.
disgrace.
You don't understand the Constitution.
You're a disgrace.
Full of it.
Mr.
You're
Raskin,
absolutely full of it.
disgrace supporting sanctuary
Say one word about
Get rid of
Say one
sanctuary
word about
policies.
Alex Pretty and
I
Renee
did.
Good.
I
Oh,
wrote a
really?
whole New York Times op-ed about it. You should be absolutely
then follow the
ashamed of
rules of the
yourself
committee.
for not opposing sanctuary policies that resulted in their daughter's death.
Yeah, that was what just went down at that congressional hearing. I will show you more of that in just a moment, but let me share this with you as well. So during an adjacent congressional hearing, you had Democratic Congress member Pocan cross-examining Russell Vogt, who right now leads the Office of Management and Budget, one of the authors of Project 2025, one of the architects of destroying USAID, which has resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands and millions of people across the world. And Congressmember Pocan asks Russell Vogt this despicable thing, a very basic question. Watch for yourself.
You know, many of us disagree with the first time in 250 years history of the country, the unified executive theory. So let me drill into one area to ask. Do you concur that multiple studies have shown that people, both adults and children across the globe, have died because of cuts to programs like USAID?
I do not concur with the validity of those studies. They are based on
Do you
projected
agree that people have
fake
died
methodology.
across the globe because of our
I
cuts?
believe these studies that people are banting about.
My question
are
is,
based
do you
on-
believe people have died because of the cuts to USAID? It's simple, yes or no.
I do not believe that the administration.
You don't believe anyone's died?
Let me finish the question.
No, it's a yes or no.
It isn't,
Director, it's
because
really simple.
our
Do you think
cuts-
people died or
our
not?
Cuts are aimed at.
All right, you're not going to answer it. I would claim my
weaponization of
time. I
foreign aid and
thought you were going to be a little more helpful, Director Vogt, but that's fine. So this is Boston studies, Lancet studies. Others have said hundreds of thousands to millions of kids and adults will die because of this. One of your co-conspirators, Elon Musk, recently has been going nuts trying to claim no one's died, and he has to name names. So let me mention a few people who've died because of these cuts. Rovina Naboy in Kenya, her little daughter Jane died of starvation in a refugee camp because we cut back on their food and the food rations. She got sick and died. Ugana Balama in Nigeria, USAID-funded program, babies a special nutrient-dense paste to avoid malnutrition. She had twins, 6 months old. The program ended abruptly because of cuts to USAID. 2 weeks later, one of the twins died. I've got a bunch more. Are you familiar with any of these stories?
13.4 million for civic engagement.
Are you familiar with any of these stories?
38
There's no number involved in that answer, Director Vogt.
You're citing.
Are you familiar with any of these stories? I just gave you two examples. Are you familiar? It's a yes or no.
I am
Don't
familiar.
dance. You're not a tap dancer. Are you familiar with the stories? It's really that simple.
I am familiar with the press that you are citing. The reports that you are also referring to are.
I take my tie back. You're clearly not going to answer questions today. I thought you came to answer questions. You're not.
More powerful cross-examination from Democratic Congressmember Pocan, who says, hey, Vogt, you said being a Christian nationalist is not a bad thing. You've written articles that we should be talking positively about Christian nationalism and that it's, quote, gotten a bad rap. So let me ask you some questions about you being a Christian nationalist and your declaration.
Yeah, let me just remind folks, please do click the like button. Do me a favor, click the like button. It helps more people find the stream. All right, so let's go.
That you are part of a Christian nationalist movement. Great cross-examination here by Congressmember Pocan. Play this clip.
You are a Christian nationalist by declaration, by articles.
Second year in a row that you've used that slander for
It's
me
not slander.
and
You
other,
think that's slander?
You and
You th-
other
so
Christians.
you think
involved
calling
in
someone a
public
Christian
service.
nationalist is a
Second time.
slander?
This is the
You
second
wrote
year
an
in a row.
article. Is there anything actually wrong with Christian nationalism? And now you're saying it's
You
a
use it
slander?
as-
That's
you
really
use it
odd.
as
I
a
don't.
pejorative, and it's the second year you've done it.
Would you agree that it is wrong, morally, ethically, or by your own admission, biblical standards? Is it wrong to facilitate the death of children? That's
We're
a
not
really
doing that. We have adequate foreign aid for this.
You're not answering the question. Listen to the question, please. Is it morally, ethically, or biblically wrong to facilitate the death of children? Don't take anything else in context. Is it wrong?
This administration is not doing that.
You cannot answer a question. I mean,
I believe he answered the question. You just don't like the answer. So
no, he hasn't. No, Mr. Chairman, you can ask your
He didn't answer the question.
own questions and get your own answers. But if he's not going to give an answer,
then move on.
Everyone else can figure out.
He said that we're not doing that. He didn't say whether it was morally ethical. He didn't ask him if you're doing it. He asked, is it morally ethical? Very simple. And he didn't answer. You know, and again, you can not answer the question, but the only people you're cheating is the American people out of not answering. The question is one people would like to know. What do you think? Vote? What do you personally think? And it's really weird that he finds that to be a crazy answer. He can't just say yes or no. Like, what's so crazy about that question? What's so weird about that question? And look,
No, I don't have to.
and he's not trying to align with Christian nationalism. Now, let me ask you. Put a 1 in the chat if you align with Christian nationalism. If you think Christian nationalism is fine, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't think it's a good thing for the United States of America, not just that religious nationalist, but just any type, put a 2 in the chat. I'm curious about that. I don't think any of that type is good. But when you ask this guy, he can't even tell you. He can't even tell you. It's like he's ashamed of Christian nationalism suddenly, you know? So I don't understand it. You know, why is he shying away from it? If he believes in Christian nationalists and he stands by Christian nationalists, why don't he just say it? Why not just say it? Zionists say it all the time. Why don't he want to say it and be a proud Christian? Be a proud Christian nationalist.
You want to know what's funny is, you know, religion.
Is it illegal? Is it illegal? Go ahead, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. You know, religion is used as a disguise for bias and racism, because when we look at the unauthorized immigrant population, they're estimated to be 83% of those immigrants are predominantly Christians, predominantly in particular Catholic Christians.
They kicking
right?
the Catholics
especially
out.
from Latin America.
Yeah, man.
Right.
They
So when
kicking
they
it.
see, you know, these Hispanic immigrants or these immigrants from Latin America per se, and they
Get
want
out of
the
here,
worst
Christian.
them, it's
Get
not
out of here, you
Christian-like.
stinking
Yeah,
Catholic.
yeah.
It's crazy, bro.
So when they can't flat out use race, right? They dog whistle through religion,
Right.
right? Even though it's hypocritical.
They done bombed some. Look, they're starving Christian Cuba out. They done bombed Venezuelan Christian Venezuela. Done bombed their ass. Right. Stole their leader. Didn't even want to install a new leader. They took the old leader out, calling him a communist, and didn't even want to put a new one in. What the fuck? They Christian. I mean, you know, he threatened Christian Europe. Just totally personally dissed them. Went out and insulted Christian Europe. Look, insulted Christian Denmark. And this motherfucker, look, but see, that's where the Christian nationalists are. They're bozos, man, because this is what they do. They don't even know what countries are fucking Christian or not. It's like they talk all this shit, but they do the same garbage to Christians too. I mean, that's the problem with it. That's the problem. You know, it is just. I mean, it's not the problem, but it's crazy. They don't see that. They don't get it. You know, see. They're not. It's like you said. They use it for bigotry because it's not about Christianity, but because they don't even fucking give a fuck about other Christian nations. They don't give a fuck about places where Christians live. Period. They will. How many European countries are not Christian? I mean, really.
I mean, very, very few.
Very few where the majority is not far Christian. You know what I'm saying? And they went out and insulted each and every one of them because they have universal health care and universal education. They went out there and insulted even every.
You know what's funny is the U.S. has less of a Christian base than the EU, right?
Exactly.
The Christian population here is around 62%, where in Europe it's closer to 70. So that goes to show you, right?
And they insult them. You know, got the nerve to be insulting Europeans and shit, and then they go and bomb some other Christians. I mean, you know, starve out. Look, what they're starving Christian Cuba, Catholic Cuba. They're starving the Catholics in Cuba.
And that's Christian-like, apparently. Apparently it's Christian-like.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. So, you know, these guys don't have nothing they believe in. It's goddamn it's libertarianism. They just lie. They do anything for the money. Any lie for any day that will just keep people supporting them. You know what I mean? And they basically do they do the worst things, man. They're the worst, bro. This is usually what our country is our country is usually going to war against people like this. If they look different or they had a different faith, or we usually go to war against people like this, right? Like, I mean, and it ain't always about the religion. The way they behave, our country goes to war against people like this. Typically, this would be called, authoritarian. Basically, you know, I mean, what religion is legal in North Korea? What religion can you be? Can you have another religion? Exactly. These are some fucking extremists. Yeah, they just like fucking North Korea, bro. This is how they think. You know, they're morons, man. They're morons. But let's listen some more. Russell Vogt. Let's see here. Hold on. Russell Vogt. Yeah, let's listen a little more.
You're clearly not going to answer questions today. I thought you came to answer questions. You're not.
More powerful cross-examination from Democratic Congress member Pocan, who says, "Hey, Vogt, you said being a Christian nationalist is not a bad thing. You've written articles that we should be talking positively about Christian nationalism and that it's, quote, gotten a bad rap. So let me ask you some questions about you being a Christian nationalist and your declaration that you are part of a Christian nationalist movement." Great cross-examination here by Congressmember Pocan. Play this clip.
Oh, you are a Christian nationalist by declaration, by articles.
Second year in a row that you've used that slander for
it's not slander. You think that's slander?
You and other Christians.
Do you think calling someone a Christian nationalist is a slander? You wrote an article. Is there anything actually wrong with Christian nationalism? And now you're saying it's a slander? That's really odd.
I don't. Pejorative, and it's the second year you've done it.
Would you agree that it is wrong, morally, ethically, or by your own admission, biblical standards? Is it wrong to facilitate the death of children? That's
We're not
a really
doing that. We have adequate foreign aid for this.
You're not answering the question. Listen to the question, please. Is it morally, ethically, or biblically wrong to facilitate the death of children? Don't take anything else in context. Is it wrong?
This administration is not doing that.
You cannot answer a question. I mean,
I believe he answered the question. You just don't like the answer. So
no, he hasn't. No, Mr. Chairman, you can ask your own questions and get your own answers. But if he's not going to give an answer,
And move on.
Everyone else can figure out. No, I don't have to move on. I can ask the question. And if this guy is going to, one, say Christian nationalism is an insult, you might have some friends to answer to that one for. But to say the sort of stuff and not answer questions directly, it is morally, ethically, and biblically wrong to facilitate the death
5
of
minutes are
children.
up. Now recognize the chair. Recognize me.
Even more cross-examination here by Pocan, who says, well, can we agree and stipulate to the following, that morally, what's your...
Okay, now, just for context, Popan, is he a Democratic nationalist? I mean, no, I'm sorry, Democratic socialist? Is Popan a Democratic socialist? No, he's not. But just for reference, just for context, the MAGA, the Republicans, they call people like that communists anyway. Anybody a part of the Democratic Party is a communist, is a socialist. Okay. And I just want people to remember that when they listen to it. You see, these are the enemies. Even the central Dems are the enemies of this extreme right wing. See, and now they're talking like they don't like, it's going to be the end of the Democratic Party if the Democratic Socialists gain power in it, la 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 la. But they didn't like the centrists. They're at war with the centrists right now as we speak. It's not a Democratic Socialist asking him a question. It's a centrist Democrat asking him a question. Look, here we go.
Biblically wrong to facilitate the death
5
of
minutes
children.
are up. Now recognize the chair. Recognize me.
Even more cross-examination.
I mean, you can ask your own questions and get your own answers, but if he's not going to give an answer,
then move on.
Everyone else can figure out. No, I don't have to move on. I can ask the question, and if this guy is going to, one, say Christian nationalism is an insult, you might have some friends to answer to that one for. But to say the sort of stuff and not answer questions directly, it is morally, ethically, and biblically wrong to facilitate the death
5
of
minutes
children.
are up. Now recognize the chair. Recognize me.
Even more cross-examination here by Pocan, who says, well, can we agree and stipulate to the following, that morally, what's your view about killing children? Are you pro-killing children or are you against killing children? To which Russell Vogt responds, but don't you think it's wrong that we contribute to civic engagement in Zimbabwe? And then Democratic Congressmember Pocan is like, what are you even talking about? Is this like a Confucius line? What do you even mean? And let me just...
somebody, who was that in the chat? Yeah, Edward, you said he's closer to that than he is in the middle. Yeah, but that's not what matters. What matters is that this is not a Democratic socialist. That's what matters. And they didn't like the Democrats. He might be closer, but the thing is that they didn't respect the people that were more middle at all. They didn't respect Kamala Harris. They don't respect Barack Obama, man. What the fuck did Barack Obama do? And they called him all kinds of shit. You see what I mean? I just wanted to use it for contrast so people can see what's going on here. They're actively in. Look, these Republicans, these MAGAs, they're not actively at war with the Democratic Socialists yet. They're actively at war with the centrist Democrats. That's who they're actively at war with inside of the Congress, inside of, I mean, come on, is Rokan a Democratic Socialist? Michael, you there? Because you're in New York, so you're a Democratic Socialist. You there, Mike? Okay, maybe he had to step out. He will be back up. I'm sure he's going to hear this. But I'm curious about that. My main point is just this. They called all the centrist Democrats same.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Yeah.
Rokan's actually he's not a member of the DSA, but he's just one of the most progressive when it comes to...
he's progressive, but he's not a member of the DSA. Right.
No.
Exactly. Okay, who else? Let's see. Oh, well, check this out. What about the guy who wrote the discharge petition for Epstein? He's a Republican, right? So he's not a member of the DSA, but they got rid of his ass too. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, and he's pretty right wing, right? But he's not with certain things. He's not with that MAGA shit either. Though he's not with that, he's not with going to war, wasting money in Iran. He's not with a lot of the shit that Trump has been doing, But it's just to illustrate that this MAGA party, this party in power right now, they're against anyone else anyway. Marjorie Greene Taylor. I mean, they just totally got rid of her ass. They've been doing that the whole time. So when you hear them talk about the Democratic Socialists, they're just the same as everybody else. Everybody gets this treatment from MAGA. It doesn't matter what your party is. If you don't do lock and step what they order you to do, you are their enemy. Period. They want you gone. They want you gone, even if you're a Republican. They will talk bad about your mother if you're a Republican. So what can they really say about the Democratic Socialists? They can't say shit because it's just more the same. It is just more the same,
Say this.
But in any case, let's keep it going.
What would be bad about contributing to civic engagement in Zimbabwe?
Do me a favor. Click the like button also, if you don't mind. Let's get the likes up. We got 60 likes, 100 people watching. Come on, please. It's how more people find the video. It's how YouTube works. It's how the algorithm works. Unless you want Elon Musk to have more space on the internet than small podcasters. It's up to you, but if you want to things like this to go somewhere, people to see your comments, people to see your debate, also click the like button. By the way, you can hop up on the panel. Here's the link to the panel. Let me put the link to the panel down here for people to see, and you can hop up and you can talk. We'll be here for a little bit, maybe a half an hour more. So maybe, who knows? Oh, what is this? Did I miss this? Somehow I missed that link. Let me get it again. Here we go. Boom. Let me type it here. Yeah, we will be here, so you can hop up on the panel if you like and have a little dialogue. There's the panel link right there. All right, this is the Midas Touch. Let's peep some more from Ben Marcellus.
For example of, we need to kill children. That's Donald Trump's agenda. He's a child killer, and depriving people of USAID and starving people to death because of civic engagement in Zimbabwe. Here, play this clip right here.
Time back, please. Morally, isn't it wrong to facilitate the death of children?
Isn't it morally wrong to
That's a question coming back with
in Zimbabwe?
Look, you're not Confucius or whatever you think you are, answering a question with a question. I said, is it morally wrong to facilitate the killing of children?
You're basing
Simple question.
You're basing it on a premise that is false. I'm not going to answer that question.
Take my time back. You wrote in.
Then we had Democratic Congress member Ivey cross-examining Vote about the cost to the American taxpayers of the Trump regime changing the Defense Department to the Department of War. It will cost at least $125 million to do a name change. So while they're ripping away your health care, while you can't afford a home, while you can't afford groceries, while you can't afford gas, they're out there spending your taxpayer dollars so Pete Hegseth can beat his chest, say that he runs the War Department while firing some of our top generals and admirals.
He's getting drunk on your tax dollars.
And military leaders because Hegseth is such a small, pathetic human that he can't handle competent, real leaders. Play this clip.
Last week at one of the appropriations markups, there was a discussion. I know that you're using the phrase Department of War instead of Department of Defense. But we were told that the CBO said it's going to cost $125 million to change the name from Department of Defense to Department of War. Do you agree with that estimate?
We haven't done our own estimate at OMB on the cost, but it's something that I think makes common sense. It's what the department was called for most of our nation's history.
I'm focused on the amount.
The National Defense Authorization that's moving through renamed
the nomenclature concerns me less from an appropriations committee standpoint than the fact that we're going to spend $125 million or so. You're not challenging the number, but
I said we haven't looked. We haven't taken our own assessment.
But that's a lot of money, and we spent a lot of time hearing that a lot of the needs that we'd like to fund, we didn't have the money to fund. So with that, I yield back.
Then we had Congresswoman DeLauro cross-examining Vote. Here, play this clip for yourself.
Will you commit to us here today that you will carry out our spending laws as Congress intended through appropriations and reconciliations as they were enacted or not?
Obviously, we will take and make sure that we're spending money where you intend us to spend money. At the same time, I'm not going to.
No, that is where. No, the answer to that then is no.
I'm not going to take a tool off the table.
You are not going to spend the money that Congress, in a bipartisan way, enacts. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
yield my time back.
Let me go back and show you the full video right now one more time of Jamie Raskin and MAGA Republican Congress member Mike Lawler having this fight because Lawler started attacking Renee Nicole Good and Alex Pretty, and the MAGA Republicans wanted to have this hearing to demean immigrants and try to say immigrants are the ones killing everybody. They're the ones responsible for all of the crime and violence. That's what they wanted to do. And Raskin wasn't having it and saying, don't you dare demean the legacy of Pretty and Renee Nicole Good. Let's watch the full clip right here.
So while some of my colleagues may not want to hear the truth, the same outrage you feel about Renee Good and Alex Pretty,
Mr.
you
Chairman,
should feel about
would you
Sheridan Gorman
please
and
end
Laken Riley
this-
and every Angel
end this
family in
statement?
this country.
I do feel that outrage.
You do not. Because if you did, you would not support
Do you
sanctuary
feel the
jurisdiction.
outrage about
You
Alex
should be
Pretty and
ashamed
Renee
of
Good?
yourself.
You should be
ashamed
You don't
of
belong in
yourself,
this committee.
Jamie.
You should get the hell
You're a
out of
disgrace.
here. You don't understand the
You're
rules
a
of the committee.
disgrace.
You don't understand the Constitution.
You're a disgrace.
Full of it.
Mr.
You're
Raskin,
You're an
absolutely full of
absolute
it.
disgrace
Raskin,
supporting
get a hold of
sanctuary
yourself.
Say one word about
Get rid of
Say one
sanctuary
word about
policies.
Alex Pretty and
I
Renee
did.
Good.
I
Oh,
wrote a
really?
whole New York Times op-ed about it. You should be absolutely
then follow the
ashamed
rules
of
of the
yourself
committee.
for
Mr.
not
Chairman,
opposing
will be-
sanctuary policies that resulted in their daughter's death.
The committee will be in order. Mr. Chairman,
More from Congress member Pocan right here, asking vote a very simple question. Would you agree that how much money have we spent on the war? Over $100 billion, right? That's why you need an $80 billion supplemental, because you've run out of money. To which vote goes, I think it's only about $30 billion. They just lie. And that's why you need an $80 billion supplemental, because you've run out of money. To which vote goes, I think it's only about $30 because you've run out of money. To which vote goes, I think it's only about supplemental because you've run out of money. To which vote goes, I think it's only about when we find out you're lying, we'll say that was perjury, okay? Here, play this clip.
Do you know how much we spent on the war in Iran so far?
We've spent about $30 billion.
$30 billion? So I'm going to hold you to that because people are saying it's more like $100 billion.
Well, I'm just telling you what I've heard from the Department of War and the analysis that they've given us.
Okay. I'm just going to remember today, June 30th, 2026, you're saying as of today, $30 billion is what we spent.
That's the number that I have.
No, I appreciate that.
So you're maybe wondering, man, what are the MAGA Republican Congress members doing? MAGA Republican Congress member Chuck Edwards, here's what he had to say.
I can only imagine the complications. I take it somewhat personal and offensive that you were treated so disrespectfully earlier in our conversation regarding USAID. I think that we all can agree that every loss of an innocent life is a tragedy.
And to be fair, another MAGA Republican Congress member, who heads this committee was asking vote, okay, can you do us a favor? Do you plan to show us like a report on what DOGE did so we can assess why is it that federal spending has increased? Why is the deficit increasing? Why have we compounded more debt? Didn't you say DOGE was supposed to stop this? And didn't you promise that there would be DOGE dividend checks to people, that DOGE was so successful there would be Americans would get $5,000 each, would get a dividend. And then Trump's budget director, the head of the Office of Management and Budget goes, we have no plans on issuing a report on DOGE. Really? No plans? You don't want to share with us what the hell you all did because you know it was a disaster and you screwed everything up. So you just want to hide it. Play this clip.
I noticed for the recent budget that DOGE was pretty much eliminated. Is there something that you're going to present, or is there somewhere we can find what exactly DOGE accomplished as far as reductions in dollars spent, people at agencies or whatever? Is there going to be some documentation of what took place?
I mean, we have no plans to do kind of a closing Doge report. We're always happy to give you our assessment of that work. I think it made some really important strides. You all passed many of the reductions that Doge found just through the normal appropriations process when you ended the year so much lower than the year before. We did some of that in the rescissions package. And so many of the fruits of their labor are sprinkled all across the government, but I'm always happy to work with you on what you feel like you need.
And then in the other room, there was a press conference with one of the top leaders of the MAGA Republican Party, Steve Scalise, who says, actually, we're going through a golden age. Actually, I don't know if you know this, but like the golden age is right now. Here, play this clip.
On the other side, this is a country that's actually experiencing a golden age again. I mean, gas prices are down 50 cents from where they were just a few weeks ago and continuing to go down. Affordability is back again. And Democrats are upset about that because they wanted it as a talking point for November.
And then finally, you have MAGA Mike Johnson saying, I'm aware that Donald Trump is not signing the housing affordability bill, which we did on a bipartisan basis. But it's very complicated stuff for him to go through all of this. So you will deal with it later, But obviously for Donald Trump, suppressing people's votes is a more important issue than having people afford housing. Here, play this clip.
Yeah, it is. The president has a lot going on, and I think it's safe to say he's not read through every line of that piece of legislation. It's a lot to it, and a lot of great things, and he and I have spoken about it quite a bit. He understands all the dynamics here, what he was saying, and legislation. But what he was saying is, in comparison to ensuring election integrity, which is now represented by the Save America Act, nothing is as important, because you cannot maintain a constitutional republic unless you have free and fair elections. A government of, by, and for the people is ultimately and foundationally dependent upon that. That's what.
Okay, yo, Mike, you there? Let me see if Michael from Brooklyn is still here. Listen, I find this so ridiculous because it's the Trump administration that actually tried to stop mail-in ballots, right? And the Supreme Court, they took it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court just ruled against it. And Mike Johnson, within 24 hours, is talking like this? It makes no sense.
Was saying, and legislation.
Yeah, they essentially try to tie it.
Good.
Tie it to the Save America Act. That's essentially what they try to do. They try to tie, the limitations on mail-in ballots to the Save America Act. And when the Supreme Court judges voted on it, they vote on it to give it back to the states, right? To have it as states' rights in terms of controlling how that voting system looks like, whether it's mail-in ballots or in person only. And so since that more recent ruling of leaving it up to the states, they quickly inserted it into the Save America Act. Before it wasn't initially placed in. It wasn't initially placed in, and they sneakily snuck it in more recently to try to get it passed along with the Save America Act.
You talking about the NDA? The NDA, right?
No. NDA. I'm talking about I'm talking about the mail-in ballot.
Oh, the mail-in ballots.
Versus
Okay,
the Save America Act.
Okay.
Right. The Save America Act is the need for ID, identification, and other ways to identify yourself as a citizen in order to vote. And so what they tried to do is tie mail-in ballot to the Save America Act.
Right. Yeah, they're trying a lot. They're trying a lot right now. And
they're trying.
Yeah,
they are trying.
But he listen. They think free and fair elections is what he wants. But listen, I haven't heard the Republican Party or the Democratic Party do. Or I'm talking about Congress in general, regardless of who they are. I haven't heard Congress go out and do a report on why so few Americans vote. Where's that report coming?
Right? Yeah, they don't want that report because.
How about we could get a report that says who's not voting exactly? Let's find out that 90 million Americans didn't vote in the last presidential election. That's more than voted for any individual candidate, Trump or Harris. Shouldn't Congress, all that money they get paid, can't they produce a report that could tell us where do these people live? Who are they? Why are they not voting? Can't they do that report in a year? Go around, collect data, put people on the ground, find out what don't people want to know? And don't we deserve to know in a real manner that speaks for a government, right? Because anybody could fucking guess, right? You see what I mean? Or we could trust what? We could also fund some nonprofit organizations to go out there and collect data. Will we believe them? Or why don't the Trump administration do it? All right. Why don't the Republicans do it? 51% vote on that. Get out there, get that report. Tell us why Americans aren't voting. Tell us why Americans vote less than any other Western people on earth. Any other Western civilization. out of all of Western civilization, we vote the least. Can a Republican tell us why? Can MAGA Mike Johnson tell us why? Because right now the democracy we have ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? It is barely functioning. He's talking about it like they did a good job of democracy, like they're good stewards of the shit. No, motherfucker. People ain't voting, dude. We got a problem with people voting. We vote less than anybody else in the West. Something's not right. You the head of the goddamn Congress. Do something for your goddamn paycheck. Do something, man. Produce some shit.
I think it's safe to say he's not read through every line of that piece of legislation. It's a lot to it, and a lot of great things. And he and I have spoken about it quite a bit. He understands all the dynamics here, what he was saying, and legislation. But what he was saying is, in comparison to ensuring election integrity, which is now represented by the Save America Act, nothing is as important, because you cannot maintain a constitutional republic unless you have free and fair elections. A government of, by, and for the people is ultimately and foundationally dependent.
So essentially, they tried the same thing in the Save American Act that they tried to get the Supreme Court to do. So they went two routes. The Supreme Court said no, but you could do it. But now they're having problems with their Save American Act. They're trying to throw that. Now they're going to try to throw it in the NDA too. Right? On top of that.
Look, that I don't know. I think the NDA has its own, hurdle to climb, that they wouldn't even add that burden to the NDA Act.
Then we could get that with Israel's funding and everything, all just in one. That would be great.
I think that the Save America Act is a bit more cohesive when it comes to voting, right? Like that's directly impacting voting. So obviously, mail-in ballot makes sense to add that in or sneak it in on their behalf. But it makes sense, right? Because what they're trying to do. So essentially, what the Supreme Court ruled is, so they fought that case, and particularly in, I think it was Mississippi actually. So Mississippi, that's where the case was taken on, right? And ideally, those cases are tried in red states, deep red states like Texas or Mississippi, because they want the lower courts to rule in their favor before it even gets to the Supreme Court.
Right.
But in this case,
it didn't happen.
It didn't happen. So it reached the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court bumped it back down and said, "Hey, that's a state issue. That's a states' rights issue, exclusively a states' right issue." So even the conservatives, right? That's where the conservatives, because the liberal judges have their own reasoning, but mainly the conservatives who voted against it, right? Or who sided with the liberal judges, Supreme Court judges, especially Amy Coney Barrett. Her siding was that it's exclusive right to the states, which are stated in the Constitution, that the states has its rights to control
elections,
mail-in ballots, right? Elections in general, how they choose to run elections. And so now the only way they could, kind of amend that is by passing it through legislation in Congress, right? Because legislation in Congress is how you pass a bill,
law,
which would enforce which would enforce, a federal law, right? So try to make it a federal law by undermining, not necessarily undermining, but overruling the state's rights in elections, in particular, mail-in ballots, right? Mail-in ballots, but
they want to overrule a century. They want to overrule centuries of constitutional law. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
Essentially they do, but that's never gonna happen, right? So let's just get this out the way. Mail-in ballot was shot down by Republicans because it would disproportionately affect Republicans.
Yeah,
Right? It would
yeah,
disproportionately
exactly.
affect rural areas. That is a fact. That's not an opinion. That's
And
a
check
fact.
this out, bro.
Right? If it makes it the harder it is for you to vote, the more likely you are to do it through mail-in ballots, right?
Yeah.
And so that means rural areas, and so those constituents, those Republican reps won't vote it in because they know that even if it helps Trump on a national level,
Right.
it would hurt them on a local election level when they have a harder time getting their constituents to vote for them. But go ahead, Rich.
Exactly. And on top of it, what happened to all that talk about the founding fathers? What about that? You're going to overturn centuries of founding fathers' principles? That's what they talk about.
States' rights is only convenient when it's a conservative value that they're trying to uphold, right?
And check this out. And they were all Christians. So they tried to overrule centuries of Christian founding father principles and shit. That's what they doing, bro. You gotta. It just is what it. I mean, not that matters in all in all contexts, but along this Christian nationalist context, it is right. It's just, come on, man. Founding fathers. All right, let's leave Christianity out of it. What about the founding fathers? You don't respect them? They didn't know, right? They didn't intend that to be the way that it worked. Is that what you're gonna tell us? Man, these guys are just full of shit. But let's listen to some more. Hold on. Let's flip over to this one now. 2 seconds. Yeah, and then here's another look at the same dynamic here. Let's peep.
The Supreme Court struck down some major campaign
Majority Report
finance restrictions, and I think we'll probably have somebody on over the next couple of days or in the next week or so to talk about the implications of this in terms of like what it's going to do to our politics. But the short story is the ruling remove spending limits on a party's ability to coordinate expenditures with the candidate. And essentially, you can't give a huge amount of money, an unlimited amount of money to candidates, but you basically can now to parties. And the parties then can turn around and give it to the candidates. So that's basically where we're at. That, of course, was surprisingly a 6-3 ruling. The third ruling was on birthright citizenship. One would think that this would be a rather uncontroversial a ruling because of that, what's that thing? Oh, the Constitution.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
The 14th Amendment is pretty dang clear.
And the Supreme Court upheld birthright citizenship in a 6-3 ruling. Roberts and Kavanaugh defected, but Kavanaugh joined his, and Amy Coney Barrett. But Kavanaugh also said it was more statutory and didn't buy into the actual, like on the 14th Amendment was 5-4.
Right. He said that it didn't violate the Constitution, the 14th Amendment, but that it violated a federal statute, which is a really hilarious way to split the baby here. And the language, so people are aware, it's very clear, 4th Amendment, Section 1, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Which begs the question, how did Trump trying to revoke birthright citizenship not violate the 14th Amendment in Kavanaugh's eyes? It's ridiculous.
Here is Mike Johnson responding to that ruling this morning.
That decision is children born in the United States, parents unlawfully or temporarily present are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and are citizens at birth under the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause. So, what's your reaction to that, Mr. Speaker?
Well,
This is real time.
I need to read the opinion, okay? But obviously you could say that's a textualist, originalist view. However, I do think that this has been grossly abused in recent years, okay? And that is the case that was being made by the plaintiffs in the case, and we're very sympathetic to that because it is a serious problem. We have it's become a birthing tourism, they call it, a trend where people will just come and you just come onto the soil and have your child, and then they're able to avail themselves of the welfare state and everything else. It's been abused.
Pause it for a second. Okay, so let me see if I can get this. All right, first off, the idea that it's being abused. Like, it's just, there's so many people, like, for instance, like, so many people are using the First Amendment. We should roll that back. What about, like, people buying so many guns? Maybe the Second Amendment is just, it's being abused, being overused.
Right.
It's a trend now to get the guns.
Here's what he's asking us to believe. That tourists come in, travel to the United States, and have babies just so they can avail themselves of the welfare state.
Yeah, which is interesting because if you were to say be in a different country, your birth process, having a child would be completely paid for in most countries in the West. But apparently it's an epidemic of people coming to the United States so that they can have children here and then have to pay all of those medical costs as well.
Let's hear that one more time. Peep this right here.
Tourists come in, travel to the United States.
Now, this is MAGA Mike Johnson's view of the matter, obviously, right? Here it is.
That tourists come in, travel to the United States, and have babies just so they can avail themselves of the welfare state.
Yeah, which is interesting because if you were to say be in a different country, your birth process, having a child would be completely paid for in most countries in the West. But apparently it's an epidemic of people coming to the United States so that they can have children here and then have to pay all of those medical costs as well.
Well, that's my point. I mean, these wealthy tourists who are coming in to have their children so that their children can.
It doesn't make sense. It's a straw man argument. It's garbage, and they just throw that out there because they know MAGA is stupid. MAGA can't count. That should be a T-shirt. I'm serious. MAGA can't count. They don't know how anything works. They don't know micro. They don't know macro. They don't know anything. They don't know civics. They don't know the Constitution. They don't know tax. They don't have comparative data on the EU or European states and the U.S., let alone the U.S. and Canada. They're like this every day. They walk around, watch CNN, watch Fox News. They don't bother to do the work themselves as responsible adults. See, the media is going to be out there. CNN is going to be out there. MSN is going to be out there. No problem. Watch it. I do. I enjoy it. Fox News is going to be out there. I have a good time watching Fox, even though it's bullshit. It's utter bullshit. It's like saying, "Hey man, come to the ghetto. Let's go inside of the crack house and shit." I hate to say that. Just go somewhere where politics is completely void. Come on. Welcome to Fox News and shit. Civics is completely void. Welcome to Fox. I mean, listen, if you're not willing to as an adult to take your own civics and your own life, your own understanding of politics, geopolitics, know how your allies' country works. Yeah. Know something about where your money, tax dollars, goes to versus where somebody else's tax dollars go to, how it works. If you're not willing to do your civics, man, you're going to get walked all over in life. Doesn't matter what party you're with. Doesn't matter if you claim MAGA, if you claim Republican, if you claim Democrat, if you claim liberal, if you claim independent. None of that shit matters. What matters is that if you don't know your civics, in terms of civics, you ain't a grown up. You're out of your league. You're going to get walked over. You're going to get lied to. You're going to get played. You're going to be misinformed, or you're going to have proper information be withheld from you, because that is the game. You're the Vic in this situation. You're the one giving up your tax dollars when you go to work every goddamn day. They know that. They're relying on you to keep giving them money without asking for shit back. And they need you to believe you're not worthy, that it can't work any better. Can't work any better. They need you to believe that. That's their job. When you watch when you watch legacy media, their job is to convince you that you can't get no better. Just to sum it up. And a lot of these corrupt ass political parties, that's exactly what their game is too. They in on the pity pat. They on the pity pat. The news is going to tell you you can't get better, and then the politician is going to tell you you can't get better. See, they told you on Fox News you can't get no better. They told you on CNN you can't get no better. And all you have to do is go research the shit yourself, and you easily find out. And not only is it better, but people are smiling. I mean, wouldn't you smile if your McDonald's paid $20 an hour and you actually, listen, don't let people fool you. I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. I'm from Washington, D.C. I'm an American citizen. I'm not a Danish citizen, right? I'm just a resident. My children live here. I work here, etc. Right now, I'm going to tell you the facts just to give you some comparative data. My flat is like 140 quadrat meter, right? I pay about $500 more than when I moved into this flat in 2013. If you go back to DC, that fucking rent has tripled already. It's 3 times what I'm paying. The amount of housing is just exploded in DC, not the amount of money you get paid. And it's like that around the U.S. So here, the housing is cheaper than a major city in the U.S. In the capital of Denmark, the housing is cheaper than New York, than Washington, D.C., right? Except the people at McDonald's get paid $20 an hour. The people that work at McDonald's and get paid $20 an hour don't have to pay for higher education. The people that work at McDonald's and get get $20 an hour got 5 weeks paid vacation. That means when it's time for them to take a vacation, money was already taken out of their check to pay them even more than what they would get on a regular day. So when a person works at McDonald's in Denmark, let's just say they happen to have a baby. I wouldn't try that because, that's not the greatest thing. $20 is not that much, but, it's way better than the U.S. Hey, they get child care. They get certain things if you were just to happen to do that, and so don't believe the hype. People are living quite well and better outside of the United States of America in pretty much any Western country. You see what I'm saying? More secure. Now, that may vary depending on which Western country you go to. It might vary, better, worse. Some are worse, right? Or worse off. But still, better is better. That's all. Generally speaking. We're talking generally speaking, right? Of course, there's still individuals that are doing better than others. It's not all the same. Everybody doesn't get the same salary. Everybody isn't worth the same amount of money. But the minimum is stronger in Europe. On average, Europeans, after they pay their, and this is the straight data, after they pay their taxes, after they pay their expenses, their living expenses, on average, Europeans keep $1,000 more in their pocket than the average American. That's some data for you. And that's some data CNN is not telling you. That's some data Fox is not telling you. That's some data MSNBC, MS Now is not telling you. That's some data you're not going to hear in a lot of places. But I did the research myself. I'm telling you, as an American citizen living in Europe, born and raised in Washington, D.C., both sides of my family go back to the colonial period. I'm telling you that. If you don't believe me, I don't give a fuck what you think. You will never come back here and blame me a year or 2 years later and be like, damn, you know what, brother? You tried to tell me and I just wouldn't. Yeah. You're supposed to be smarter than that. I'm telling you right now, go prove me wrong. Look it up. Spend an hour. Do a report. Bring it back to me. Holler up. Hop on the panel. Take us through the information. Let us break down the facts. That's easy. We do that every day here. So come on and join the party. Let's educate some people. Let's do something for real. Let's not just complain about CNN and Fox News and blah, blah, blah. Let's do it better. Let's demand better. Let's lean on people that's doing it better. If you want better. Yo, you there, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here. You said it perfect, right? Like, when it comes to educating themselves, instead of listening to talking heads that they believe are more educated than themselves, we live in the technology age. So if if you feel inferior because you may not have gotten that far in college, or maybe not even attended college, maybe you have your bachelor's, not even your master's, but that's irrelevant, because when you want to learn about a topic, you can take the time out of your day, whether that be an hour plus a day, and study these topics if it's what you want to. If you want to learn it, you can. The information is out there, right? You can cite your sources. You can go to credible sources for people who write peer-reviewed letters and peer-reviewed articles with factual data points that have been also peer reviewed, and educate yourself, right? And then make an informed decision. A lot of voters and a lot of Americans in particular, we have a black and white view on politics, when politics as a whole is much more nuanced than what your average American understands it as. It's either you're red or blue, not understanding there's shades of purple that look more blue than red, or look more red than blue when it comes to the nuances of political science, right? Understanding, the different forms of democracy, the different forms of republic democracies, the different forms of, conservatism, liberalism, libertarianism, right? Democrats, right? Social democrats. Conservatives, neoconservatives, right?
Yes.
The nuances that come along with politics, right? What it means to truly be a socialist, what it means to truly be a fascist, what it means to truly be a communist, right? Most of the people who are using the rhetoric of socialist this, commie that, have never taken the time to read Karl Marx's works. They'll say Marxist, they'll say the word Marxist, but they have never read the Communist Manifesto. They've only heard it through conservative talking points.
It's true, bro. It's crazy. Machiavelli. Have you read some Machiavelli lately?
Yeah.
But they listen to hell out of some Tupac. Yo.
Yeah, there you go. Right? No, it is the truth.
Big
right?
up to Tupac. Big up to Tupac. You know what I'm saying? I like Tupac,
sure.
but he didn't mean his record. He didn't mean listen to his record.
I mean, he obviously chose his name wisely, right?
He wanted you to read some Machiavelli, and these motherfuckers be like, "Nah, man, nah." But have you heard, Brenda got a baby?
Look, my dog is named Biggie, so there you go.
Big up, big up, Biggie, big up to Pac. Yeah, word up, word up.
So I say all that to say, they don't have the nuanced understanding of political science.
Yeah.
Right? They have no idea, right? They use these buzzwords and these talking points from figureheads that they admire because they put up what is perceived to be a good argument.
Yeah, disinformation
right?
warfare.
Argument,
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because don't get me wrong, a lot of these conservatives, they do articulate themselves and present themselves in a credible manner. That doesn't necessarily mean that what you're saying is credible.
Right.
Someone in a hoodie and baggy and baggy sweatpants could be more credible than someone in a suit, as long as their sources and their points are factual versus rhetoric.
Yeah,
right?
your professor your professor doesn't ask you what was you wearing when you wrote this report. What the fuck?
Yes.
What was you wearing? Tell me what you. Did you have on a suit and a tie when you wrote it? Okay, F. Don't bring this report to me if you weren't dressed in a tuxedo, motherfucker, or a gown, a ballroom gown. Okay, for the ladies.
Oh, you decided to skip out on citing your sources, but you're dressed in a suit? A plus.
A plus,
That's
exactly.
not how it works.
Damn. But that's how it works in America.
Look, apparently, right? And a lot of people's favorite pundit is this.
Bro.
You know, it's what frustrates me because a lot of these conservative talking heads and even leftist talking heads who are more centrist, they're more disingenuous than they are ignorant. They're actually very educated in a lot of the topics they speak on, but choose to give disinformation or leave out information. They're educated on the topic in abundance, but they're choosing to give you a rhetoric that aligns with their motives, right? Versus the fact, right? And the full facts. They'll tell half truths.
Yep. Facts, bro.
You know, they'll tell half truths. They will never give you the full truth because if you gave it in full context, now you have an educated voter. You have an educated viewer, and that creates critical thinking, right? That creates critical understanding, right? And that alone would have them crumble.
That's what you're talking about. You're talking abolitionist talk. We don't want no indentured servants and slaves and unfree people. We want free people. We want free people. We want people that are functioning. Yeah, people that are enjoying freedom. You know, yeah. And what is it to be free if you don't know how the system works?
There you go.
Right.
Because you'll be a slave to that system irregardless without knowing, and that's even worse.
Yeah.
I'd rather the chains on me knowing that I'm enslaved versus the appearance of freedom while still being oppressed by the same system that says I'm free.
Yeah. And
right?
look who's
and
on the
that's
screen.
where the education part comes on.
Say that part again. You rather have the chains on you than what?
Than have the illusionment of freedom, right? While still having the invisible chains on me while assuming that I'm free, right?
That would be Clarence Thomas. This motherfucker right here. That would be Clarence Thomas. Yes. He.
You know, look, and he's the epitome of capitalism and libertarianism because he's already old enough. He's just using his power to gain benefits now, even if it's at the disenfranchisement of the average American citizen, because he doesn't have much longer.
No.
He does not have much longer.
Yep.
So what's it to him to enact policies or have rulings that will affect America for years to come? Because we don't know when we'll get a majority liberal Supreme Court, right? Or a president who will challenge these things up to that liberal Supreme Court, like the conservatives have done, like Trump has done with his conservative majority in the Supreme Court now, right? So he could care less because once it reaches, once his time is up, that's it. He could care less what happens here. He could care less. So he's gonna milk it for what it's worth, continue to get his lavish vacations, to continue to get these French benefits that he's getting from these billionaires and millionaires who have conservative values and neoliberal values that they want to push, all while he's already, and this is why we need term limits on the Supreme Court. If it's anything in today's live I want you to take from me is uncap the House and term limits on the Supreme Court.
Yeah, facts.
And those two legislations can change American dynamics when it comes to politics in an indescribable way, right?
Facts.
Obviously, your local policies you can advocate for, like housing and healthcare and education, because those should be the main staples of when we're pushing for progression. But if we're looking for immediate change, it's those things: uncap the House and also term limits on the Supreme Court, right? That would allow for less impact on a long-term level. And yeah, we might have to, that might change depending on who who's in office on the executive level when it comes to the president, or
Right.
or who's in office in a majority when it comes to House and Senate. But the more progressive we get, the more representatives we will have that are progressive, that are less likely to have these neoconservative judges on the bench for a lifetime. Right?
And I put a toll. I agree, 100%. Good breakdown, bro. I like your comments, and you're straight on. You're 100% on point. Yo, I put a poll in the chat. Do Americans have less parliamentary representation per person than European nations? Okay, and we already went through the data today, but I'm curious to see how many of the new people in the chat actually know. You see what I'm saying? I'm just curious. It's obviously there's 25. There's a small percentage that doesn't know. 50% say yes. We Americans get less representation per person in their Congress or a parliamentary system. Now it's 40-40. 40% say no. That 40% to say no. They're gonna yeah. Well, I feel sorry for your pockets. Let me just put it that way. But yeah, and then 14% says they don't know. But the poll is just getting started. So look, everybody that's in the chat, fill out the poll. Do me a favor. If you haven't clicked like, please click like. Let us get up to 100 likes. If you haven't click like for me. And also click like for Michael from Brooklyn doing the commentary, the co-commentary here today. It's been excellent, y'all. As a matter of fact, I'm like, do we need to continue? There's some other things, but I think we should stop right here because we'll be back in 18 hours from now. And yeah, there's always more news and there's loads of it. Obviously, this is a daily thing pretty much that we're doing. So we will be back at 0230 Eastern Standard Time for the Americas. That will be 0830 Central European Time for Europe. I wish everybody a great day. Fill out I'm going to stay here. We're going to stay here for a couple more minutes, but fill out the poll. Please, everybody, take your time, but fill out the poll. Click like if you haven't clicked like, and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Listen, the chat has been open the whole time. Sometimes I close it down just to see, how many of the people that are in the chat actually stay in for a while and don't even bother to subscribe. I like to check because that helps me qualify the comments that people are saying. I might see the comments and see some comments and I might think, this person been in this chat for a while. Did they even subscribe? Like, they got a lot to say in the chat. Did they even subscribe? They spend a lot of time down there in the chat because this live is like 3, almost 4 hours now. If you spend an hour and you ain't subscribed, it tells me a lot about the rest of your comments. It tells me you go to places, you enjoy them, but just because you don't agree, if you enjoy, click subscribe. You can come back and argue tomorrow, man. It's okay. But in any case, I appreciate everybody for coming out. Listen, there's an upside and there's a downside. The upside to coming here is I'm not getting your tax dollars, right? If you're American, I'm not getting your tax dollars. I'm not sucking you dry just to do this commentary. I shouldn't be disappointing you because I'm doing this for free. I don't owe you anything personally outside of my patriotism as an American citizen, trying to help other Americans, wake up people in my country, because it's really fucked right now. I should have started doing this 20 years ago. I did a documentary on the Danish healthcare system, and it actually went pretty big. And I should have, I didn't realize it. I should have actually put my foot down right then. That was like almost, 2007, 2008. And then I put it back out in 2013. Got a lot of views. Interviewed the head of emergency at Bispebjerg Hospital, interviewed some different politicians, local politicians, interviewed some other people and things like that that are involved in local life, healthcare, average Danes. And it went pretty big, and Americans loved it. It was all Americans that saw it. Americans loved it. Why? Because they got to learn a little something factually from another American directly on the ground, interviewing people, people that can tell you about it, about the healthcare system. Americans learned a lot. you should continue to learn a lot, because I'm telling you, as an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C., family on both sides go back to the colonial system. I've traveled across my own country, and I've traveled outside of my country for some time now. So I know a lot, right? And I'm telling you, what I'm reporting, if you're an intelligent American, you will definitely like my channel. You see what I'm saying? If you're an intelligent American, if you want to save your country, you will definitely like my channel. Like, I know what I am doing. It's not the first rodeo for me. I'm just doing this political shit right now because I know my goddamn country needs everybody to stand up. And I'll be damned if I'm going to sit down for some shit like this MAGA shit and this Trump shit and this fucking Putin shit and all of this goddamn shit. Are you out of your goddamn mind? This Jeffrey Epstein shit? Like, hell fucking no. And my kids need to know, as Americans, yeah, their daddy going to educate their ass today. That my kids get an education every damn day about this, because they're going to be the American that understands what's going on in America when they touch down. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, exactly. They won't have no confusion about this period in history. Just like my father didn't leave me any confusion. My father didn't make me talk to his ass. But I tell you what, anytime I came with a question, he sat down and, just like a friend, talked to me and laid the shit out. Very simple. Challenge me. Here's some books. Read some books. Here, read this. Check this out. Have you ever heard of this? Not just for me, but my buddies too. So it's very important for us to do this kind of work that we're doing and be universal about it, be holistic about it, make it emanate from who we are as people, like really around everywhere. Everybody that comes in contact with me is going to have a positive feeling about American citizens. They're going to know that I'm one of the intelligent American citizens that have ethics and morals and stands up for right, truth, and justice for anybody, and for Denmark, because I live here too, and for Danes. You see what I'm saying? Like, and also my country, they're not contradictory values. There's nothing contradictory about doing both. You know, what the work we have to do today is about doing both, because that's exactly what these people tried to tear down. They tried to tear down our alliance. They tried to tear us down, our way of life. Can we be better? Yes. But you ain't going to just come and tear our way of life down without a fight, goddammit. And the first fight comes from American citizens stepping up, letting it be known that, oh, hell fucking no, I got the data. You see what I'm saying? And starting a party. We're going to have a party over here, right, Mike?
Yeah, I mean,
party over here. Stomp on that maggot. Party. It's going to be a wild day.
It's good to educate, right? Like, to educate the viewers, to educate the Americans in general.
Yeah.
So they don't feel hopeless, right? So they don't fall into disinformation and misinformation. And we speak from a factual point as much, all the time, right? Yeah, we may have some obviously social commentary that is to lighten up the mood or to evoke emotion at times. But what we're speaking in general when it comes to a lot of the topics or all of the topics is very factual. You can do the research on your own. You can rewatch the live on your own time and see where we get our information, or even ask us on the chat, where, cite your sources. Where are you getting this information from? I will gladly give you the information so you can read it on your own. Right? But don't just say no because you don't like the information or it doesn't agree with what you believe, right?
Right. And check this out on that little note that you just said right there. If people just look, when I'm going to Gemini pulling up information, it says it says the sources right there. Really, the sources are right there. You can see them. Now, if you want the link, you just ask for the link when I'm reading from Gemini, right? But yeah, the sources are always there, So keep that in mind. But go ahead, Mike. Go ahead. Yep, you were saying.
Yeah, no, like on a personal level, because I'm passionate about it, I do take my time to read tons of articles, right? Watch ton of commentary that in the back end, I cite those sources or I look up myself to see where they got that information from and see what the credibility of that information is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before I either regurgitate it, absorb it, or acknowledge it, right? And I think that's a very big part of why Americans have fallen so much into disinformation because a lot of what the right does well, right? Like again, I can disagree with the right, but there are things that the right does well is they evoke emotion. They evoke
Yep.
emotion,
Mm-hmm.
right? Whether that be hate, whether that be racism, whether that just be some sort of nostalgic, past lived nationalism, right? They evoke emotion in a way that galvanizes their base to be vocal, even if it's at an ignorant point, right? Even if it's from an ignorant standpoint, right?
You won't
It evokes
replace
emotion.
us. It's like, damn, man. It's like that, homie. What the fuck?
When
What's going on, man?
even with that said, if America was less uh hyper capitalistic driven, when we had an overwhelmingly white majority in this country, if they just enacted social policies at that time, the birth rate within America and white America would have skyrocketed. Right? So don't
Absolutely.
blame the individuals who are moving here now or migrating here for more opportunity when your politicians back then, when you're claiming America was great, could have provided you with free health care, could have provided you with affordable housing, could have provided you with free child care, and that would have overwhelmingly boosted the population, and it would have favored the population that was the majority or the over majority at the time of this make America great again, right? So when they evoke these feelings of
They
nostalgia,
didn't
and
support their own
they didn't
goddamn
they
people.
didn't
It's
they didn't
pathetic. And now that they didn't support their own goddamn people after decades and decades and decades and decades, now it's somebody else's fault.
Yes. Now it's the
Okay.
liberal left. It's the liberal left's fault. Now it's Barack Obama's fault.
It's the
Barack
communists.
Obama,
It's the communists' fault, bro.
exactly.
Yo, what the fuck?
Barack Obama was president not so long ago, right? This was almost 12 years ago that he was president. And if we're looking only 12 years back, that's called recency bias, right? Barack Obama didn't enact policies that crippled America like Reagan's trickle down economics, right? Or Bill Clinton's outsourcing, right? When it
Mm-hmm.
comes to jobs, right? So when we look at the left, or when we look at the right, let's look at American history and what policies have overwhelmingly helped Americans, right? Let's look
Facts.
at the Social Security Act. Let's look at the Medicaid and Medicare Act, right? Let's look at the VA bill, right? These are all bills that were passed by Democratic presidents, right?
Facts.
While the
Facts.
Republican presidents continue to disenfranchise us through libertarian views, right? Through propagating corporations, siphoning and overspending taxpayer dollars with tax cuts for the riches and war, right?
Right.
While we go fight those wars and pay for them with your working class dollar,
And
right?
not only are you going to pay for them, not only are you going to fight them, but we're going to cut off mail-in ballots so you can't vote. What the fuck?
Right? And now here we are, where they're cutting
Oh my
off,
God.
where they want to cut off mail-in ballots. And let's say you want to take the claim, even though it's been proven false, that it would stop the illegals from voting. Did you know mail-in ballot will stop every active duty military member from being able to vote?
They
That is
listen,
1.3 million individuals who are in active duty overseas who will not be eligible to vote. How patriotic is that? That you are now to qualify your emotions, you are now disenfranchising someone who took the chance to go fight and represent your country abroad, not here in the US, but abroad, and now they don't get a say in who their local representation is when they come back, or who their president is while they're overseas. That's unfair, that's unpatriotic, and that's absolutely not nationalistic on any level.
And you know what, bro? How you won't replace us is that, right? You know, they damn near want to replace. They were taking their votes so other people can vote to replace their ass in the electorate. You know, it's so sad. It's a sad look. But other, you know, progressive. Every other Western country is more progressive. First of all, especially when it comes to its society knowing its own civics. That's why they're more active in voting. All of them are more active voting, participating in the democracy than American citizens, you know, but they know how the system works too. They're not just voting, they're voting for particular things, you know, so they're up on civics. Americans, we're not really up on our own civics. You know, we think we know a lot, but we don't know shit even about how our own country works. Most of us, man. And we vote. That's how we get Jeffrey Epstein's best friend in the White House. That's how, by being dumb, you know, by being ignorant. Stupid, hard-headed, arrogant. That's how you get it. It's not out of being intelligent. It's not out of being knowledgeable. It's not even out of being respectful. Because why the hell would you respect Trump? He don't respect you or anybody else. Does he even respect his wife? I mean, I don't know. But in any case, you know, yeah, they don't support each other, bro. Right-wing politicians don't support their constituencies' families, communities, neighborhoods, schools, hospitals, transportation systems, nothing. Business, just nothing, bro. And yeah, well, we'll see how long it is with just the marching. You think you're gonna keep marching? You won't replace us, man. They about to replace you with fucking Elon Musk robots, man. They don't need your little menial job, man. Do you know on my page I have a picture, a video, a real video, my homie. Matter of fact, let me pull this damn video up. It's better to just peep it so people can see what I'm getting at. Like, this is your future. Somebody was talking about some menial jobs and shit. This is your future. You worried about the immigrant, right? Sure, you could be worried about the immigrant. I'm not saying don't worry about the immigrant. I'm not saying don't worry about immigration. I'm for universal, comprehensive immigration reform. Excuse me. I'm for that. Right. I'm not for brutalizing and scaring people and terrorizing people. I'm not for that. I'm for comprehensive, meaning let's look at how immigration works, where they're working, what industries they're working, how much taxes do they pay, who else wants that job that they have, what would happen if they weren't here with that job, all this kind of stuff. A lot of different. That's why it's called comprehensive. It's not one thing. It's 100 things you want to get data points on. Right. But you guys are worried about the immigrants and shit. And okay, you do that. You feel free. Keep worrying. Fixate on the immigrant and fixate on that little menial job that immigrant had. You could do that. And I'm not saying they only have one type of job. Maybe some had better jobs than other. But look, for a lot of you right now, this is what's coming for you.
Good morning. They have a robot, the MVP L100, that's cutting the fairway and the green. Look at that thing, unmanned. That's somebody's job gone. And the rear wheels turn, so it can do like a 360 turn on a dime. Wow. How times have changed. Look at that.
There's about to be a lot of people's jobs.
Wow.
Be eligible.
Truckers, all types of just things that a machine can do. They already got your job. They have the plan already there to roll it out. You know, and because we have politicians that really don't give a damn, pretty much far too many don't give a damn, yeah, a lot of Americans are just going to find out from one day to the next. I mean, this is how it's already being rolled out. They about to have trucks delivering robots delivering, not robots, but robot vehicles taking over the 18-wheeler market, bro.
Yes, yep.
Yep. This is what's coming to Americans, and
they've already passed a road tax act, so it's coming, right? They've already prepared for it. These acts have already passed quietly in Congress, so it's already within our infrastructure. We're building our infrastructure, and that road maybe I'll bring it up in the next live, but an act passed, a road tax act, which essentially is funding in taxes. So EVs will pay an additional tax for the use of the roads when you register your car, and that tax will essentially fund the infrastructure for the EV trucks and cars in the near future. We're preparing our America's infrastructure for that. And again, acts like that and bills that pass, acts pass all the time. You just don't hear about it because you're not aware of the acts that fundamentally shape America on an everyday basis. But they pass on a weekly basis, right?
They do.
This is essentially what your Congress member is doing when they're in the House of Representatives or Senate. This is what they do. They discuss these bills, they propose these bills, and then they put it up for a vote. And they pass them.
And guess who don't even cover it? Legacy media. Fox News don't cover it. CNN don't cover it. MSN might barely cover it. Right, but there's way more things getting passed than legacy media is even trying to put their hands on.
Yeah,
they don't.
I could spend a live just talking about all the acts that have passed this year alone. Literally, we have acts that literally pass every week. Every week, you have at least 2 or 3 acts that pass. Right. This means Congress in the House and Senate are cohesively. When we say your Congress member is in D.C., this is where they're in D.C. They're not necessarily representing you, right? You voted for them. After that, they spend a lot of their time in Washington, D.C. discussing these acts and policies that they advocate for and discuss amongst their constituents to pass them, right?
Yeah.
That's how effectively Congress works. In case anyone was confused as to what the active role of a Congress member is, that's it.
And these people driving these Uber Eats cars, this is the future of Uber Eats too.
Yes.
A robot.
It really is, right?
A robot.
And with AI here now, it makes it more cohesive in terms from an infrastructural standpoint, right? Now AI can cohesively work together, right? They can tell the car in front of them and keep a distance and drive accordingly, right? That makes it more achievable. So now it's on fast forward, right? When we speak about the contracts of Palantir and Anthropic, this is what they also use that data for. This is where they get government contracts.
You know what's going to be after this one?
Government contract these companies.
You know what's going to be after this one? It's going to be robots out there taking away your guns. It's going to be robots. You're going to have robots coming. You're going to be interacting more with robot police. And the reason why that is because they're scared of Americans having gun rights. And those robots will be coming for those guns at some point. Who knows? I'm not saying this year. Everything takes time to roll out. But can you think of a better use of a robot to an authoritarian? What better use would an authoritarian have with a robot than to go out and interact with American citizens?
Well, I mean, it I don't even think it has to be authoritarian, right? It just has to be, that's what they want in terms of progression to stop any type of upheaval, right? Upheaval or forceful upheaval, right? That's what they want.
Human
right?
upheaval. Human upheaval.
Yeah,
American upheaval. You could kiss all this January 6th shit goodbye, baby. It's over. You keep fucking around electing these goddamn libertarians and shit, Elon Musk and Peter these people that don't care about human life in the United States of America, human rights, civil rights for human beings in the United States of America. You keep on trying to roll back rights, this is what you're gonna have left. The robots might have more rights than you and shit. You know, that would be amazing. You know, imagine, imagine a robot having more rights and shit. You know, like seriously, detaining you, locking you up, telling you to go home, giving you a fine, telling you what date you got to go to court.
Yeah. And it's unfortunate because at the end of the day, I do think the only way to really upturn or upheave something in the direction that we're going, it'll take like mass strikes, right? Everyone just stopping to work for just one day, everyone collectively, it'll take a good chunk of Americans to just stop paying taxes, right? Like certain things, extremes like that is the only way that the people cohesively, but this is where they sow division, right? They sow division. They want to make, the individual feel special, even if you're lumped in a group that you don't recognize. You may personally be an individual that has its own autonomy, but essentially we all fall into categories and buckets that they recognize, but they want to continue to divide because that would lead for a less cohesive movement, right? And even when it comes down to your vote, right? A divided vote is an empowerment for the people in charge, for the people in office already, right? And all they have to do is just spend more money to make their candidates more visible because you're going to vote just based off of party rhetoric and party alliance, right? Oh, you're red, I'm blue, you're red. That's where I'm going to vote just because that's the candidate that they presented in front of you, and not question the primaries or how that candidate got in front of you or the reasons why that candidate is in front of you, right?
Facts,
and I think obviously basic things like like I've been championing all day, which is uncap the House and term limits on Supreme Court. And so these decisions won't be as impactful as they are now, right? These decisions that the Supreme Court has impacted, it will sway once the president changes, but that just means it's going to be more of a pendulum back and forth, right? Republican president in office, major changes. Democratic president in office, major changing. And I think that's what a lot of the conservative supporters now under this Trump administration don't get. They see a lot of these things as wins exclusively for Trump, but Trump is 80 years old.
They're dumb,
Let's just be realistic.
They're just so dumb.
Health.
Yeah, they're so blinded.
Right?
They're so blinded, man.
Yeah. So the next
Trump.
Democratic president is going to have just as much power based off these Supreme Court rulings, right?
Horrible,
the same powers that you want to advocate for to give this current administration and Trump's administration and Trump himself in terms of consolidating executive power, the next president, if that president is Democratic, will have the same exact powers that you want Trump to have more of. So if you hate libtards or you hate liberals, or libtards as you would call them, you should be fighting against the consolidation of these executive powers passed through this conservative Supreme Court, because the next Democratic president is going to have all these powers, right?
Facts.
And if you think he's not going to use it to his advantage just because he wants to be a nice guy, you're out of your mind.
Facts.
Right?
Yeah.
So this is where people don't understand
how it really
the
works.
ramifications.
Yeah.
Again, that is how it works, right?
Yeah.
This is why people don't understand the true nuances and implications and larger implications when we cover something like these Supreme Court rulings. To them, it just sounds like political jargon, but this is fundamentally changing how the executive branch and the president and how much power the president has, right? And that, again, if you don't like,
how much power you don't have as a citizen,
right?
Man, It's
how
horrible,
much
bro.
power the executive branch has over the FBI, the CIA, the Fed, right? The federal bank, right? These are all things that fundamentally used to function independently and would have the best candidate in that position,
Right.
regardless of their political leaning. But now, with these powers consolidated through these acts in the Supreme Court, now you're going to get elected officials who will only respond and benefit the direct motives of the president in power. It just so happens to be Trump now, but tomorrow don't complain when it is a liberal Democrat president
When it's
who
a
is doing
libtard.
everything they
Yeah.
can. Exactly.
Yeah.
When it is a libtard president who
Don't
is doing
complain.
everything they can to change everything. You don't want trans in
Get ready
bathrooms?
for
That'll change, exactly.
Get ready for libtard terror. Get ready for libtard terror.
Yeah.
You didn't like the libtards before? Oh, this time get ready for
Exactly.
libtard. You know we gonna elect
Libtard extreme.
You didn't like
This
you
is
didn't
why-
like men in women's bathroom before? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true.
Like, this is what I don't get.
Yeah,
I don't get.
we are going to run a fucking muck. Like, seriously. Shit. Oh yeah, baby. It's just getting started. You wanted to go crazy. You wanted to go Jan 6 on motherfuckers. Okay. That's
And
all right.
that's where these conservatives, when they view these rulings and see it as a win, it's like, no, it's not. It's a loss for the people overall, but it's a loss for you as well when that pendulum swings. It's not going to always be a conservative in office. And once that torch changes hands,
Hey, listen.
it is now going to swing the other way. Go
Yeah, and check this out. Since Trump is the head of the Justice Department, right? He's the head of the executive branch, right?
Yep.
So he's the head. The head of the federal police, right? Basically,
Yep.
right? So that means
he is.
it don't matter what the fuck the Supreme Court pass the next time there's a libtard president, because he ain't going to send the FBI.
yeah.
He ain't going to send the FBI to do shit about it. Fuck what the Supreme Court says. No one's going to be doing anything about it, about what they think. That's fucking crazy.
That's the pendulum. But you see what you're pointing out? That's the pendulum swing, right? That's how he's going to choose to enact his power, right? By inactivity. But that gives the next president the power to do that in extreme, right?
We're
Now
gonna
he
have
can say, the next president can go, hey, you know what? Investigate all of them.
Yeah.
And if you don't, I'm going to replace you with someone who will. Where before that wasn't a thing. If you guys were upset that the independent federal government indicted Trump on 34 charges, you're going to be even more upset when the next Democratic president indicts the whole administration.
Yeah, this is
right?
everybody.
So
Every single
because
person. Yep.
Trump is using his current powers and his consolidation of executive powers to either investigate his political opponents at times, but also have non-investigations and look the other way when there's activity that's nefarious, right? But the next president won't do that and will have all the power to do so, no matter how upset you get.
The next
right?
libtard,
So get upset.
The next libtard president should use all of those things that Trump did to their advantage.
No, they will. It's not it's not maybe.
It's not should. It's not maybe. Yeah, they will.
They will, right? You give someone in power more power, by default, they will. Doesn't matter if it's red or blue. It doesn't matter if it's Republican or Democrat, right?
Yes, I give it to you, man. You're right. Yeah. You're right, man. You're right. It's just it ain't no matter of will they or they should. No, you give them more power. You give people more power, they will use it.
Yeah. Right. And
so,
once we have these Supreme Court rulings, remember, this is where it ties right back into my rhetoric when it comes to uncapping the House and term limits on the Supreme Court. Because now, even if the next president wanted to change it, they can't, because the precedent has been set. Case law, constitutional case law has been set with these Supreme Court rulings, and it's the reason why legacy media is even covering it.
You know what's going to happen,
But they don't tell you the larger implications behind it.
You,
Go ahead, B.
You know what? No, you just brought something to my mind, man. the Republican Party, they're going to end up being the Democratic Party. They're going to be so scared. They're not going to want laws to change anymore. They're going to want to be strict about the cons. They're going to want to follow all the laws. They're actually going to do the opposite, bro, because the thing about it is that they're shrinking. They're shrinking. They're shrinking. So they're going to play a lot of defense. And now that they've opened, see, before it was the Democrats playing the defense.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's not going to stay that way. It's going to go offense. And that's going to make these people be more strict about the Constitution. No, you can't change the Constitution. You can't do that. And it's like, and then the Supreme Court is going to be like doing all kinds of shit, trying to support the Republicans, and the president, the libtard president is going to be like, but I believe in what did they call it? Executive branch. They called it something. What did Heritage Foundation and them coin the type of executive branch? Unilateral. The next libtard president is going to believe in the unilateral executive branch.
And look, and the whole thing is, this is what I keep trying to explain. Once the Supreme Court makes a ruling, that ruling doesn't go back to the Supreme Court, right? It sets case law.
It sets
unless
case
you
law.
have
Unless
you have a different instance in which now, that case, usually they'll just refer, because the lower courts will now refer to that before it reaches. This is why, constitutional case law matters, because now the next time it gets challenged in a different instance, before it reaches the Supreme Court, the lower federal courts will cite the Supreme Court's ruling in that case, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, exactly.
Look, my decision's this because before it reaches the Supreme Court already ruled on this in, Trump v. whatever, right? And this was the ruling, a 5-4 ruling in the favor of whatever, right? And they'll shoot your case down. It'll never reach the Supreme Court again. That's why reaching the Supreme Court for a lot of these cases is very pivotal, right? That's why it makes the headlines, because once case law is set, it's harder to reach the Supreme Court again, because the lower courts will support that ruling and cite that ruling, even if they're liberal or if they're conservative. It does not matter, right? When they reach that impartial judge is going to say, well, in this case, the lawyer citing, the Supreme Court ruling, and I can't overrule that, so that's right? So when we consolidate these powers, right, we're only doing damage to ourselves, right?
Yeah, we're stripping ourselves we're stripping the citizens of their actual power, which is the exact opposite of what the fuck the democracy was set up to do in the first place. And
the exact thing that conservatives fight against.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. They just do it backwards, bro. And but once you open a can of worms, they gotta crawl.
There you go.
They gotta crawl. They gotta wiggle. You know what I'm saying? So the next libtard president is gonna wiggle his ass off. He's gonna wiggle all over the place. And everyone is going to be remembering too. As soon as they try to do some shit the opposite, the Republicans start talking some opposite shit. We gonna run their very words. Like, remember when you believed in the unitary executive branch? You believed in that for a long time, didn't you? That was your argument throughout MAGA. Well, guess what? It's law now. That's how we see it. And if the Supreme Court disagrees, fuck the Supreme Court, because the executive branch is the one that sends the police out to do shit. Right? We're going to tell the police we're going to tell the feds, we're going to tell the police that the Supreme Court was wrong.
See, and that's what.
Oh, what we're also going to do? We're also going to start throwing some of them in jail for corruption. They committed crimes.
No, but they don't understand that once these presidents
charges on Clarence Thomas from the federal government.
You can't roll it.
Boom. Cash Patel did
it back. You can't roll it back. Once we make, attacking or charging political opponents and things of that nature the norm, and then it's backed by the party, that becomes the norm. And at the end of the day, as liberal as I am, I wouldn't want that cycle to continue. As much as I would love to see some sort of retribution, I believe that, in an independent judicial system, right? And in an independent executive parts of that branch, regardless of who the head of that executive branch is, which would be the president in power at the time.
But
you know individuals would say, you're spiraling, or you guys are spewing propaganda. Go look this up. The internet is free.
There, go look it up.
This is why legacy media covers the Supreme Court rulings. Otherwise, you don't even hear about the lower courts ruling on a lot of these cases, right? You don't hear it. Why? Because it doesn't matter as much, even though it does to an extent. It doesn't matter as much as the Supreme Court, which has the final say. That is the highest court.
Yeah. And check this out. If it's propaganda, then why are you watching it?
Yeah, go look all of this up. You have access to the internet. Go look up, hey, what does this ruling of the Supreme Court mean for the U.S. long term? Go look it up.
Exactly.
Right?
Anybody can look it up.
Maybe next stream we'll do that, right?
Yeah.
Maybe next stream we'll do that. We'll go through all the current Supreme
Matter
Court
of fact,
rulings.
I think we
that
will.
Passed these past few days.
The next stream is going to be called. The next stream is going to be called. What will the next libtard president do?
Yes, or what will his powers be?
What will his powers be?
Supreme Court rulings now that passed.
Boom.
Right?
There you go. That's what the next one will be called. What will the next libtard president do based on the Supreme Court rulings that benefit Trump? How will he behave based on those? What will his powers be? That's what it is. Hey, listen, but it's time we got to be out of here, bro. It's 4:30.
Even to end it,
4.5 hours. End it off. Go ahead. You do it.
This is where we speak about the understanding of civics. Don't call it propaganda. Don't say we're going off the hinge. Yeah. There's a reason why legacy media covers the Supreme Court ruling and why everyone is talking about it. There is a main reason. And if you don't understand civics, I can't help you. You need to educate yourself, and you can also stay here and be educated, right? And with that said,
and also
uncap the House,
and
term limits on the Supreme Court.
Uncap the House and term limits on the Supreme Court. And also, tell me, what state do you live in, and who is your healthcare provider? We would like to know. Everybody in the chat, let us know. What state do you live in, and who's your healthcare provider? By the way, the chat has been open, so we've been welcome to hear people out. The panel has been open. We've been open to hearing people hop up and have a dialogue. So understand, you got a really good opportunity. You had a really good day, to speak your mind, to shoot your shot. You know what I'm saying? Get your best information out there to influence the public, to challenge us on our ideas or any information that might come from Michael from Brooklyn's point of view or mind. Right. Whatever we offer. You had access to us. Right. If you didn't take it, oh, well, whoop-de-doo. I wonder why. In any case, I appreciate everybody for coming out. Listen, click the like button, please. Click the like button. Click the subscribe button. And we will be back in less than 18 hours. All right. 02:30 Eastern Standard Time, USA. 08:30 Central European Time. That's Europe. Also West African time. And on and on and on. So I appreciate everybody for coming out today. And we will pick it up soon. Listen, the poll in the chat, the question was, do Americans have less parliamentary representation per person than European nations, right? Or Europeans? And 60% said yes. 26% said no, and 14% said I don't know. And we've been covering that answer, and the answer, 60% of y'all in the chat got the answer correct. It is true. According to the data you got, in Europe automatically starts off with twice as much representation. That means for the same amount of population, you have double representation, 2 representatives. That would be 2 congressional members instead of 1 for that same population size. All right. And it gets worse when you compare it to countries like Denmark. It might be 40 times more Danish people have more democratic representation when it comes to representatives in their parliament than American citizens do. Yeah, so those are some critical things I think people can also take home with them on, once today's stream is off. Listen, do me a favor, share it live. Share it with your friends. Share it with those that you think might need some updating on their understanding of civics, like Michael was saying, and also a well-rounded civics lesson, because we're not just doing civics out of the U.S., we're doing comparative civics out of the EU too, so you can get a bigger macro understanding of how these things connect, right? Our relationships, and whether you're getting the good end of the stick or not. If you don't have anything to compare it to, how do you know? How do you know? How do you know? When you go out and buy a car, do you compare them, or you just buy the first car you see and say, this is the best car out there? What the fuck? My car, what's his name, just sold me the best car. I went out there and bought the first car I saw. They told me it was the best. Talk about propaganda. But in any case, I appreciate everybody for coming out. We will be back in less than 18 hours. So have a good rest of your day. Appreciate y'all. Let's impeach Trump. Let's take our country back. Save the country. Also, save your rights. God damn it. You matter. Your rights matter. Peace. Release the Epstein files. You see what I'm saying? Come on.
Yeah, digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling, stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war, we got the weapons. People gonna bomb, so they gonna get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
All we need is one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? Oh no.
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
One. inherited from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home.
Everybody here, yeah.
They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie. That I'm gonna free your mind tonight. They don't know. That I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with some shit. They don't lie. That I'm gonna free your mind tonight.
I
traveled the globe just to gain perspective. The theory of relativity applied. Of course, it took a while to decide how I should proceed, but even my life is truly based upon need. So I move forward with more deliberate speed. Smash corny motherfuckers that stuck on greed. My seed is worth more than $1 million in future stock. The goal is to break the safe, the padlock. Mad cats can't stop it, need a rocket. Your style is boring and cold, mine is tropic. Battles you want, commit, you'll change the topic. My partner should get to put your beat in the pocket. So this nigga here can proceed to destroy your stereotypical pop rap gangsta ploy. Not hating on niggas from the ghetto, but I'm hating on copycat rappers from the meadow. They procreate bullshit without paying the price. That's like talking about CeeLo with no dice. I drink milk, but that's about it. I won't compare dairy MCs to dope shit. I want you full undivided in this here place. We think to entertain and to educate your bum ass niggas and your non-believers. You know we change your membrane every time you see us. The odds can't stand